Chapter 1272. In Jianshan's hand there was a ball of pure energy the size of a pinky finger. This was the strand of Emperor's might that he had obtained from Tisniak when he was fighting for the 8 Wastelands. It was something that the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple had personally left in Tisniak's body. Ever since Jianshan had obtained this strand of Emperor's might, it had been stored in the artifact space, guarded by the artifact spirit. After such a long time, Jianshan had almost forgotten about this strand of Emperor's might. Only now did he recall it. The Xianhuang microcosm could suppress all forms of energy, except for Jianshan's chaotic force and Tai Ta's energy. The moment the strand of Emperor's might appeared in Jianshan's hand, it dissipated rapidly. Jianshan knew that this strand of Holy Emperor's might could not be exposed outside for too long. He glanced at the region where the Type 9 crocodile had stirred up dust and charged in without hesitation. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings and charged towards the head of the Type 9 crocodile. The Type 9 crocodile seemed to have sensed that Jianshan possessed a power that could threaten it. It actually temporarily forgot about the pain of being blinded and began to retreat slowly. At the same time, there was a clear paw in the air as its thick and nimble tail whipped towards Jianshan. Jianshan's primordial spirit could clearly sense the trajectory of the tail, and he dodged it nimbly. In a flash, he appeared before the head of the Type 9 crocodile and used his fastest speed to send out the strand of Emperor's might. In order to not let this strand of Emperor's might go to waste, Jianshan even attached a strand of his divine sense to it, allowing him to control it in the nick of time. The speed of the strand of Emperor's might was extremely fast, aiming for the blinded eye of the Type 9 crocodile. The Type 9 crocodile wanted to dodge, but it was too slow. In the end, under the control of Jianshan's divine sense, the strand of Emperor's might shot into the blind eye of the Type 9 crocodile. Hong! Following a muffled explosion, the Emperor force exploded within the head of the Type 9 alligator. The powerful shockwave caused the entire head of the Type 9 alligator to shudder violently. Fresh blood mixed with milky white liquid spurted out from the Type 9 alligator's ears, mouth, nostrils and eyes like a fountain. If the strand of Emperor's might had struck the Type 9 crocodile directly, it would have only been able to injure it slightly. However, if it exploded in the most vulnerable part of the Type 9 crocodile's head, it would definitely be fatal. Even the tough body of a Class 9 Xianhuang beast would not be able to endure it. The Type 9 crocodile froze. Its other eye had been destroyed by the explosion of the Emperor's might, and its huge body collapsed as if it had lost all strength. It no longer moved. Jianshan stood beside the corpse and exhaled deeply. He had finally killed the Class 9 Xianhuang beast. However, Jianshan knew extremely well that if it were not for the strand of Emperor's might, it would have been extremely difficult to kill the Xianhuang beast even if he had blinded it. At this moment, a roar rang out in the distance. The Type 9 crocodile that fought Tai Ta immediately charged toward Jianshan with bloodshot eyes when it saw its companion die. It even ignored Tai Ta, who was on its back. At this moment, Tai Ta finally cut through the Xianhuang beast's hide. He immediately swung his axe at the Xianhuang beast's flesh. Although the Xianhuang beast's flesh was tough, it was nowhere near as tough as the skin on its body. Tai Ta's axe cut deeply into the beast's hide, causing blood to splatter all over his face. However, the Xianhuang beast was 1,000 meters long, so the wound from Tai Ta's strike was no different from scratching an itch to the Xianhuang beast. Tai Ta did not become dejected at all. He had cut through the Xianhuang beast's hide after so much difficulty, so he immediately used it as an opening. His axe shone with a golden light as he swung at the same wound again and again, tirelessly. Right now, the last Class 9 Xianhuang beast only had eyes for Jianshan. It completely ignored Tai Ta, who constantly attacked it on its back, because Tai Ta's attacks were no different from a mosquito bite to the Xianhuang beast. The Xianhuang beast quickly ran toward Jianshan. It radiated with a tremendous presence, locking onto Jianchen. Jianchen faced a mountainous pressure. Jianchen remained where he was with his sword. He sternly stared at the Xianhuang beast as he thought about how to deal with it. He no longer had the power of an emperor, so the method he used on the first Xianhuang beast was clearly useless. Even if he blinded the Xianhuang beast's eyes and channeled chaotic force into it, he would not be able to achieve the desired effect. This was because chaotic force had been greatly weakened when used on Xianhuang beast. The Xianhuang beast possessed Xianhuang qi. Even though it was not pure and was extremely thin, it was still an energy that was as powerful as chaotic force. The Class 9 Xianhuang beast quickly arrived before Jianchen. It opened its mouth and bit at Jianchen, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth that flickered with an icy cold light. Just the sight of it was enough to cause people to shiver. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he saw how the Xianhuang beast wanted to eat him. This time, he did not dodge. Before the Xianhuang beast could bite him, he shot toward the Xianhuang beast's mouth like an arrow. He carefully avoided the Xianhuang beast's teeth and slid down its esophagus before the Xianhuang beast's head could reach him. He had entered its stomach. The stomach was pitch black. Jianchen used the senses of his soul to observe the surroundings. He clearly understood the situation within the Xianhuang beast. The surface of his body was covered in corrosive gastric acid. Even though Jianchen felt a burning pain, he was still able to endure it with the toughness of the 3rd layer of the chaotic body. Jianchen did not hesitate at all as soon as he entered its stomach. He raised the Emperor armament and swung it around wildly, doing his best to destroy the Xianhuang beast's life force. The Class 9 Xianhuang beast struggled to endure this time. It was in excruciating pain from the severe internal injuries, causing it to constantly wail out in pain. It struggled violently, almost throwing Tai Ta off its back. Jianchen's Emperor armament shot out a streak of light that was several meters long. With a single swing, he swept through all the organs in a radius of 4 meters. He advanced through the Xianhuang beast's body, directly approaching its brain. All the walls of flesh that blocked his path were cut through like he was cutting through thorns. However, at this moment, Jianchen sensed an invisible force wrap around him. Just when he was about to react, the force wrapped around him. The force was extremely powerful, actually preventing Jianchen from opening his eyes for a short period of time. Afterward, he saw a flash of light and was spat out by the alligator. However, the Xianhuang beast clearly no longer dared to open its mouth after this lesson. It only closed its mouth after spitting out Jianchen. Jianchen quickly stabilized himself and used the same trick. He swung a sword qi at the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust that blocked the Xianhuang beast's vision. Afterward, he concealed his presence and silently arrived before the Xianhuang beast. With a lightning-like strike, he blinded one of its eyes. The Xianhuang beast could not help but wail out. Its mouth opened as well, and Jianchen used this opportunity to enter its body once more. He did not stop at all. Using the Emperor armament to clear a path, he quickly approached the Xianhuang beast's brain. At this moment, Jianchen sharply sensed the invisible force encircle him once more. He had already arrived in the Xianhuang beast's brain, so he sent a sword qi forward without any hesitation. He targeted the central nervous system of the Xianhuang beast. Immediately, a small portion of the central nervous system of the Xianhuang beast was destroyed by Jianchen's sword qi. Although it was not completely dead, it was still fatally injured. It roared out in pain at the sky as its body swayed, almost falling to the ground. The energy it had just gathered in its head dissipated as it lost control. Jianchen knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He suddenly increased his speed and arrived before the central nervous system of the Xianhuang beast as quickly as he could. He quickly swung his Emperor armament, creating an airtight net of sword qi in a single moment. He completely destroyed the central nervous system of the Xianhuang beast. Boom! No matter how powerful the Xian Huang beast's vitality was, it could not withstand the arrival of death with its central nervous system destroyed. Its heavy body finally collapsed to the ground. Sensing the Xian Huang beast's rapidly depleting life force, Tai Ta stopped his pointless swings. He stared at the huge creature that had collapsed on the ground and was clearly stunned. He leaped down from the Xian Huang beast's corpse and sniggered, "Jianshan is still the best. I've only just cut through its skin, yet you've already killed it." Spurt! One of the Xian Huang beast's eyeballs suddenly exploded. Jianshan emerged from the Xian Huang beast's head, covered in various liquids. He tossed a blood-soaked energy crystal to Tai Ta and said, "Tai Ta, this is yours. It's equivalent to a Class 9 monster core. It can increase your strength by quite a lot." Tai Ta caught the thumb-sized energy crystal and seriously said, "Jianshan, you killed these two Xian Huang beasts, so this belongs to you in the first place. I can't accept it." With that, Tai Ta wanted to toss the energy crystal to Jianshan. Jianshan raised his hand to stop Tai Ta. He said, "The Xian Huang beasts we've encountered are getting stronger and stronger. There will definitely be many more Class 9 Xian Huang beasts waiting for us. There might even be Xian Huang beasts that have surpassed Class 9 and are even more powerful than the Holy Emperor. The two of us won't be able to go very far with our current strength, so we need to increase our strength as soon as possible. Only by becoming stronger can we hunt even more Class 9 Xian Huang beasts." Jianshan had already made up his mind. Once he collected the 5th grade comprehension tea tree and flame cloud fruit, he would immediately enter seclusion and break through to the 4th layer of the chaotic body. He would not hesitate even if he had to waste some precious time. This was because he knew that there would definitely be even more precious heavenly resources of even higher quality later on. However, the Xian Huang beasts guarding those heavenly resources would probably all be Class 9, and there might even be peak existences among them. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to make it that far. He could only become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to go even further and obtain even more. Tai Ta understood that Jianshan's words made sense, so he did not refuse. He accepted the Class 9 energy crystal. Afterward, Jianshan removed an energy crystal of the same size from the other Xian Huang beast and stored it in his space ring. He then moved the two corpses into the artifact space. In the end, he took out some first-grade immortal tier spring water to wash himself. After changing into a new set of clothes, he returned to the region guarded by the two Class 9 Xian Huang beasts with Tai Ta. Scarlet Gold Oregon. That's Scarlet Gold Oregon Master, we've found another material for forging the azulate swords. As soon as he made it to the top of the mountain, before he could even pluck a leaf, the joyous voices of the sword spirits rang out. Jianshan looked over and saw a golden rock half the height of a person in the pit where the two Class 9 alligators resided. It was extremely eye-catching, shining like gold. Jianshan was overjoyed. He immediately ignored the comprehension tea tree and ran toward the Scarlet Gold Oregon. Although the comprehension tea tree was precious, it was not as precious as a material for forging the azulate swords in Jianshan's eyes. Chapter 1273. Jianshan stowed the scarlet gold ore into his space ring as if he had just obtained a treasure. Afterward, he sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed his excitement. He was getting closer and closer to the day when he could forge the twin swords because he was only missing the final ingredient, the Een Hellstone, out of all the most precious materials he needed to forge the twin sword. Jianshan then arrived before the comprehension tea tree. It was the same size as the ones he had seen before, but the presence of ways on each leaf was even denser. This tree of enlightenment was a 5th grade immortal grade tree of enlightenment. It was far more precious than the 3 first-grade trees of enlightenment he had encountered before. Jianshan took out a crude wooden box from the artifact space before carefully breaking off 2 twigs from the tree. Using the twigs as chopsticks, he began to pluck the leaves one by one. After plucking all 81 leaves, Jianchen arrived at the edge of the cliff. He carefully climbed down the smooth cliff face before arriving beside the flame cloud fruit tree. He then took out a slightly larger wooden box from the artifact space and began to collect the flame cloud fruit. The flame cloud fruits were completely red. Every single one of them was only the size of a finger. They were the smallest heavenly resources Jianchen had ever seen. However, although the flame cloud fruits were extremely small, the energy they contained could not be underestimated. As soon as Jianchen touched the fruit, he could clearly sense an extremely lively fire-attributed energy. It was extremely pure and vast. Even 100,000-year-old heavenly resource could not compare to a finger-sized flame cloud fruit. A total of 99 flame cloud fruits were plucked by Jianchen without leaving a single one behind. After collecting the flame cloud fruits, Jianchen arrived before the spring of life that nourished the land of life. The spring of life in the oasis was the largest spring of life Jianchen had seen since he had come to the Xianhuang microcosm. Before him was a small lake that was 30 meters wide. It was filled with green spring of life, radiating with an extremely vast presence of life. This is 5th grade spring of life. Ziying recognized the grade of the spring of life with a single glance and immediately informed Jianchen. Jianchen rejoiced inside with that. The best spring of life he had stored in the artifact space was only of the 3rd grade, yet not only was the spring of life before him at the 5th grade, but there was so much of it as well. He immediately became wild with joy. Without any hesitation, Jianchen immediately took out a container to collect the spring of life. In the end, half of the lake's spring of life was taken away by him as well. He also found a head-sized essence in the center of the lake. It was also of the 5th grade of the immortal tier. Afterward, Jianchen searched around the peak of the mountain before leaving without finding anything. He searched the surroundings of the land of life, basically turning it upside down. In the end, he found over a dozen immortal tier heavenly resources with the help of the sword spirit. It's time to increase my strength. I can finally break through to the 4th layer of the chaotic body. Jianchen patted the dust off his hands before taking out the saint artifact. He called out to Tai Ta and entered the artifact space with Tai Ta. The saint artifact was not exposed to the outside world. It turned into a golden streak of light and disappeared into the ground. It had already hidden itself deeply, preventing any sudden Class 9 Xianhuang beasts from coming. After all, the saint artifact could only block attacks from experts like the Holy Emperor. Class 9 Xianhuang beasts on par with the Holy Emperor were enough to destroy the saint artifact. Jianchen tossed a few immortal tier heavenly resources to the white tiger within the artifact space, causing the white tiger to fall into a deep slumber that it had not appeared for quite some time. Afterward, he and Tai Ta chose a place to begin cultivating. Jianchen organized his cultivation resources in the cold and gloomy room. The resources that could help him break through to the 4th layer of the chaotic body were violet cloud peaches that could increase his cultivation by 500 years. They were equivalent to 2 Class 9 monster cores, an energy crystal from a Class 9 Xianhuang beast, 2 of the 5 Class 9 monster cores he had obtained from the Heaven's Incense School to Shangguan Aojian, so he still had 3 left. He also had several Class 7 and 8 monster cores. I'm about to break through to the 4th layer of the chaotic body, so I need a violet cloud peach that can increase my cultivation by 1500 years. I don't have any 3rd grade violet cloud peaches, but I do have some 1st grade ones. Coupled with the 4 Class 9 monster cores I have, it's just enough. However, I can only eat a single violet cloud peach every 100 years. If I eat one now, I'll have to wait 100 years before I can eat a second one. I might even be able to find a violet cloud peach of an even higher grade in the future, so I can't waste this once-in-a-century opportunity. Whatever, I won't eat a violet cloud peach this time. I'll use Class 7 and 8 monster cores instead, Jianchen thought. He then pulled out all the high-class monster cores and several dozen Class 7 and 8 energy crystals he had obtained from killing Xianhuang beasts. He placed them all on the ground and began to cultivate. Jianshan first absorbed the energy crystals he had obtained from the Xianhuang beasts. He discovered that the energy crystals were far more powerful than monster cores of the same grade. Not only was the energy inside much purer than monster cores, but they also lacked the berserk factor from monster cores, so absorbing them was much easier. On the Tianyuan continent, no one dared to simply absorb the energy within monster cores to cultivate. The main reason for this was that the energy within monster cores, regardless of whether they were high or low class, contained a berserk factor. Not only could it destroy the body, but if this berserk factor was concealed, it would cause great problems for one's future cultivation. In serious cases, it could even cause one to explode and die. As a result, all the cultivators on the Tianyuan continent needed to absorb a certain amount of energy before they could stabilize their strength. At the same time, they had to purge the berserk factor from their bodies. This would take up quite a lot of time. The reason why Jianshan could ignore the berserk factor from monster cores in the past was all because of the assistance of the sword spirits. They allowed Jianshan to cultivate without any worries. The energy crystals from the Xianhuang beasts did not contain the berserk factor from monster cores, so even if he gave them to the cultivators on the Tianyuan continent to absorb, they would not suffer from any side effects. Jianshan was immediately overjoyed after understanding this. He thought of Ming Dong's friends and his family. He only needed to bring back enough energy crystals, and the strength of the people around him would rapidly increase. Once I break through to the 4th layer of the chaotic body, I'll definitely hunt down a few more Xianhuang beasts and collect even more energy crystals. Jianshan made up his mind. Before he had entered the Xianhuang microcosm, he had planned on returning immediately after collecting everything the sea goddess needed, but now that he had discovered the benefits of the Xianhuang microcosm, he was tempted to stay in there for a few more years. He might even stay in there and not leave at all. Other than that, Jianshan also sensed extremely thin strands of Xianhuang qi from the energy crystals. However, he was unable to absorb the Xianhuang qi, so he could only let it disperse in the air. Even the sword spirits were unable to do anything about it. Chapter 1274. Jianshan could only give up on trying to absorb the Xianhuang qi after listening to the sword spirit's explanation. He began to focus on cultivation. 100,000 kilometers away from the kingdom of Jessen, there was a city completely forged from precious tungsten alloy. Although the city was not one of the 7 capital cities, it was one of the most powerful cities on the Tianyuan continent. From a certain perspective, the city was countless times more valuable than any of the capital cities on the Tianyuan continent. This was because the city was completely forged from tungsten alloy. Tungsten alloy was an extremely precious metal on the Tianyuan continent. Its defense was extremely great, and just by weight, a kilogram of tungsten alloy would cost 5 kilograms of purple gold. No one knew just how much tungsten alloy had been used to forge the city. Just the price of the city had reached a shocking level. Such an expensive city had indeed attracted the attention of the various large organizations on the Tianyuan continent. Even a few ancient clans had been tempted by it. However, the owner of the city was just too famous, so all of them gave up on the idea of taking it for themselves. This city was Flame City that belonged to the Flame Mercenaries. At this moment, Bai Lian, who held the greatest authority in the Flame Mercenaries and was basically in charge of everything in the Flame Mercenaries, was chatting with Yu Yu in the luxurious city lord's residence that had been constructed like an imperial palace. She would chuckle softly from time to time. In order to prevent the Holy Emperor, who had fled from the underworld sect, from taking revenge on the Flame Mercenaries, Yu Yu had been guarding the Flame Mercenaries with the Bright Moon Divine Hall. The silver-white Divine Hall had shrunk to the size of a normal palace and stood quietly behind the city. Fairy Haoyue's soul was in there, so as soon as the Holy Emperor entered the city lord's estate, they would be discovered by Fairy Haoyue immediately. Originally, with Fairy Haoyue's status and pride, it was impossible for her to protect a mercenary group that had nothing to do with her. However, when she considered that she needed Jianshan's help and that she might need Jianshan's help in the future, she reluctantly agreed to temporarily protect the city. The silver-white bright moon divine hall seemed extremely conspicuous in the city lord's estate that was constructed from black bricks and red tiles. Even during the day, the bright moonlight from the divine hall could be seen clearly. The area 1,000 meters around the divine hall had become a forbidden zone that no one could set foot in. Neither the patrolling guards nor the upper echelon of the flame mercenaries were allowed to set foot there. At this moment, the space above the city began to distort violently. A while later, a space gate rapidly formed and several Holy Emperor experts strode out. They stared at the city below emotionlessly. These people were the 9 Holy Emperor experts who had hurried over from Mercenary City. The Yuan sect and Yangji Zong had each sent 2 Holy Emperor experts and 5 independent Holy Emperor experts to borrow the Divine Hall. As soon as the 9 Holy Emperor experts arrived in the city, their tremendous presences flooded the surroundings, enveloping the entire city. A few of the weaker mercenaries in the city immediately vomited blood from the pressure as their faces paled. At that moment, the orderly city fell into chaos from the presences of the 9 Holy Emperor experts. The streets were filled with people. Although they did not die, they were all heavily injured from the tremendous presences. Their organs had all ruptured, and a few of the buildings in the city collapsed from the pressure of the 9 Holy Emperor's presences. Bai Hai and the saint rulers of the flame mercenaries flew out of the city lord's estate in a hurry. They all became extremely stern when they saw the 9 Holy Emperor experts hovering in the air. Bai Lian, who had been chatting with Yu Yu, also stood up sternly. She looked outside and asked in a heavy voice, "What's happened?" Yu Yu held Bai Lian's hand and comforted her. "Sister Bai Lian, don't worry. Sister Yu Yu is here to support you. Yu Yu, let's go out and have a look. Someone who can give off such a powerful presence is probably a holy emperor. I'm afraid that great-grandfather Bai Hai and the others are in danger," Bai Lian said rather anxiously. She was extremely worried for Bai Hai's safety. Yu Yu nodded. She took Bai Lian's hand and walked out. She had the bright moon divine hall to rely on. Even if she faced a saint emperor, she did not fear them at all. Fairy Haoyue sensed the arrival of the 9 Holy Emperor experts in Flame City, but she did not do anything. Instead, she remained in the bright moon divine hall, secretly observing the situation outside. Bai Hai flew into the air with the saint rulers of the flame mercenaries. He stopped at the same altitude as the 9 Holy Emperor experts and clasped his hands. He asked in an extremely unfriendly tone, "May I ask who you are and why have you come to make trouble for my flame mercenaries? Do you think that our flame mercenaries do not have a holy emperor?" The eyes of the 9 Holy Emperor experts all turned cold when they heard Bai Hai's words. However, Yangji Zong and the 4 Holy Emperor experts from the Yuan sect said nothing. They understood the strength of the flame mercenaries extremely well. The mercenaries themselves were not very powerful. However, behind them was a captain that even the protector clans did not dare to offend. They could take the flame mercenaries down a notch, but they did not dare to casually injure people. Not to mention, the person before them was Jianshan's great-grandfather. They could not guarantee that if they harmed even a hair on Bai Hai, Jianshan would not go crazy and cause trouble for the protector clans with the 3 magical beasts. However, just because the Holy Emperor experts from the Yuan sect and Yangji Zong did not dare to touch Bai Hai did not mean that the 5 independent Holy Emperor experts who did not understand the strength of the flame mercenaries would not touch Bai Hai. When the 5 independent cultivators saw how a mere saint ruler like Bai Hai did not greet the 9 Holy Emperor experts politely and even question them in an unfriendly manner, the proud Holy Emperor experts had become displeased long ago. Immediately, a short old man at the fourth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor stepped forward. A tremendous presence immediately pressed down on by High. He sneered. So what if your flame mercenaries have a holy emperor? You're just a puny saint ruler. How dare you speak so rudely to the 9 of us? The old man can kill you. Even if your holy emperor is here, he'll have to apologize to the 9 of us. With that, the short old man directly sent a palm strike toward Bai Hai. He used the holy emperor's ability. With the palm strike, energy surged and the space before him froze, firmly immobilizing Bai Hai. However, he failed to notice that Bai Hai had been holding a rock in his right hand when he arrived. The rock was one of the 3 flaming jadites that the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union had given to him. At the same time, Ruijin and the others had filled it with energy, allowing it to unleash an attack at the great perfection of the Holy Emperor. Bai Hai knew that they had ill intentions this time, and there were 9 Holy Emperor experts. As a result, he secretly held the flaming jadeite in his hand just in case. Chapter 1275. The flaming jadeite shone with a dazzling light as it shot towards the short old man with a powerful pulse of energy. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space shook violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks were ripped open by the terrifying shock waves from the flaming jadeite. The short old man turned pale with fright. The energy from the flaming jadeite was so powerful that it made him tremble. After all, this was equivalent to an attack from a complete realm expert. With the strength of a 4th celestial layer, how could a holy emperor block it? Even if he blocked it, he would be severely injured. What is this thing? Could it be a strand of the Holy Emperor's power left in this Holy Emperor's body by a complete realm expert? Impossible. The power of a Saint Emperor that has entered a person's body definitely can't display such a terrifying aura. The short old man could no longer maintain his composure. He quickly retreated as he anxiously asked the other 8 Holy Emperor for help. Everyone, let's block this attack together. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The other 8 Holy Emperor also became serious. None of them had thought that Bai Hai, who was only a holy king, would have such a heaven-defying item on him. It could suddenly erupt with such power. If any one of them had to block this attack, they would have been heavily injured. Without needing the short old man to ask for help, the 8 Holy Emperor already prepared to block this attack together. This was because the short old man was standing in front of them. The flaming jadeite was shooting towards them as well as the short old man. It would be difficult for them to stay out of the battle. A tremendous amount of energy surged out from the 8 Saint Kings. The 9 of them struck out at the same time at the flaming jadeite, and the surging ripples of energy collided with the flaming jadeite, causing the space around them to tremble. Boom! With a deafening sound, the sky above Flame City seemed to explode with resplendent fireworks. Violent ripples of energy shook up the surroundings, wreaking havoc in all directions. A portion of it directly swept toward the city below. The expressions of Bai Hai and the other saint rulers all changed drastically. The ripples of energy came from the battle between the Holy Emperor and were extremely powerful. They could only protect themselves before the ripples of energy, but they were unable to prevent the ripples from reaching Flame City. If the ripples of energy reached the city below, many of the weaker people in the city would die. Yu Yu, who had personally witnessed all of this, understood this as well. Her beautiful eyes radiated coldness as the moon god's scepter silently appeared in her hand. The fist-sized gemstone on the scepter shone with hazy moonlight. Yu Yu waved the scepter and an incomparably pure ray of moonlight radiated from the gemstone. It formed a seemingly weak barrier around raging Flame City. The powerful ripples of energy from the clash between the flaming jadeite and the 9 Holy Emperor experts viciously collided with the barrier created by Yu Yu. The barrier immediately began to shake violently, but fortunately, the barrier only endured some of the ripples of energy and not the direct attacks of the Holy Emperor experts. It successfully withstood it. After the rampaging ripples of energy in the sky calmed down, the barrier of moonlight force silently vanished as well. Yu Yu looked at the exquisite scepter in her hand with some heartache. She could clearly sense that it had used up quite a lot of energy again. The energy that Master left behind in the scepter is becoming less and less. Yu Yu sighed and sighed, but she soon became furious. She stared at the 9 holy Emperor experts in the sky in an unfriendly manner. If she had not interfered in time, Flame City would have been heavily injured because of the 9 of them. The 9 holy Emperor experts hovered in the sky with sunken faces. They were unscathed. Half of them were at the 5th heavenly layer, and 2 of them were even at the 7th heavenly layer. As a result, the flaming Jadeite's attack at great perfection did not injure them at all when they worked together. Killing intent filled the eyes of the short old man who had attacked Bai Hai. He was a mighty holy emperor, yet he had almost been injured by a mere saint ruler. Even though he did not know what the saint ruler had used to unleash such a terrifying attack, it was still a great humiliation to him that he would never be able to wash away. Very good. I never thought that there would be so many fearless people on the Tian Yuan continent after the old man had lived in seclusion for over 1,000 years. A mere saint ruler dares to look down on the dignity of a holy emperor. Just this alone is unforgivable. Junior, it doesn't matter who is supporting you, the old man will kill you today, said the short old man. He also thought that since Bai Hai could take out such a terrifying flaming jadeite, he definitely had the support of a powerful holy emperor. However, he had come with the glorious mission of saving the Tian Yuan continent this time. Not only did he have the protector clans and mercenary city behind him, but he also had the support of all the holy emperor experts on the Tian Yuan continent. He obviously felt no fear. Don't you dare! If you dare to harm great-grandfather Bai Hai in the slightest, none of the 9 of you will be leaving Flame City today. A cold voice rang out from below as soon as the short old man finished speaking. Yu Yu was enveloped by a layer of pure moonlight force as she quickly flew up from the city lord's estate. At the same time, the bright moon divine hall rose up from the ground, hovering above Yu Yu's head. The eyes of the 9 holy emperor experts immediately turned cold when they heard Yu Yu's threatening words. They all became flustered and infuriated. The 9 holy emperor experts had mobilized so many people to borrow the bright moon divine hall, but they had never thought that a saint ruler would try to intimidate them before they could even say anything. They had almost been reduced to a horrible state. Now they had even been threatened by a woman who was not even a saint ruler, which greatly embarrassed them. A holy emperor in red robes coldly snorted. Just when he was about to step forward, he was stopped by the great elder Jitian of Yangji Zone. He said through a communication technique, "Brother Jitian, we've come to borrow the bright moon divine hall this time, not to cause trouble. It's best if we don't waste too much time here. Leave this to me." Originally, Jitian was very happy to let the 5 independent Holy Emperor experts teach the Flame mercenaries a lesson, but he was worried that he would be dragged into the mess, so he could only give up on the idea. The matter of borrowing the Bright Moon Divine Hall was for the sake of suppressing the seal beneath Mercenary City. It was for the sake of the people of the world. As a result, Jitian was free to take it. Even if Jianshin wanted to punish him, he would have the support of all the experts on the continent, so he obviously had nothing to fear. Jianshin, it's true that I, Yang Jizong, don't have the strength to deal with you, but I can still destroy the Bright Moon Divine Hall when the world of Forsaken Saints invades the Tian Yuan continent. As long as I can shave away a portion of your strength, so what if I have to bear some pressure? If you really want to use this matter to make things difficult for me, Yang Jizong, I won't even need to personally do anything. All the experts on the continent will become your enemy, Jitian sneered inside. Jitian was tempted to leave with the Bright Moon Divine Hall as soon as he thought up to there. Without any hesitation, he forcefully suppressed his anger because of Yu Yu and coldly said, "You're called Yu Yu, right? Our Tianyuan continent is currently facing an existential crisis. A tunnel to another world is sealed beneath Mercenary City. Now that the seal has been broken, the experts of the other world can invade our continent at any time. The 9 of us have come to save the people of the world, so we've come to borrow the Bright Moon Divine Hall to block the tunnel beneath Mercenary City. Time is tight right now, so please hand over the Bright Moon Divine Hall to us immediately so that we can take it back to Mercenary City. Yu snorted coldly. The Bright Moon Divine Hall is not mine. It's my master's. If you want to borrow it, you should ask my master. Jitian was immediately tongue-tied. In reality, he had thought that Yu would refuse, so he had thought of many excuses and reasons. He had even been prepared to use force. However, he had never thought that Yu would reply like that, telling him to directly ask Fairy Haoyue to borrow the Divine Hall. Among the 9 holy emperors, Yang Jizong and the 4 holy emperors from the Yuan sect all knew that Fairy Haoyue was still alive. Her soul had always existed and was still in the Bright Moon Divine Hall. In their eyes, Fairy Haoyue was only a paper tiger apart from the great reputation she had left behind in the past. She could only rely on the toughness of the Bright Moon Divine Hall to protect her soul. However, the 5 independent holy emperors did not know that Fairy Haoyue's soul was still alive. The short old man sneered. Fairy Haoyue has already been dead for several tens of thousands of years, yet you want us to borrow the Divine Hall from the dead Fairy Haoyue? That's the greatest joke in the world. Everyone, the matter of suppressing the seal is very urgent. We can't delay any longer. Let's take the Divine Hall and leave. As soon as the old man's voice fell, the Bright Moon Divine Hall floating above Yu's head suddenly emitted an intense, silver-white moonlight. The Divine Hall's volume rapidly increased, and in an instant, it became an incomparably huge and magnificent Divine Hall. It was like a dark cloud covering the top of her head. Humph, who said this fairy was already dead? A cold voice mightily came from the Bright Moon Divine Hall. Immediately, an incomparably tall illusory figure appeared above the Divine Hall. Her robe fluttered in the wind, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was Fairy Haoyue, but her face was blurry and could not be seen clearly. The expression of the short old man who had previously said that Fairy Haoyue was already dead changed greatly. He could clearly feel the incomparably powerful soul power coming from Fairy Haoyue's body. It was actually suppressing his soul to the point that it was difficult to move. You don't tell me you're Fairy Haoyue. The short old man was horrified, and his face was filled with disbelief. This Fairy Haoyue's soul is so powerful. No wonder she can live until now and her soul is still intact. Yang Jizong and the Holy Emperor of the Yuan sect were secretly surprised as well, but they were not afraid. Fairy Haoyue posed no threat to them with just her powerful soul. They also guessed that Fairy Haoyue's soul was unable to leave the Bright Moon Divine Hall. Fairy Haoyue coldly stared at the 9 Holy Emperor experts and sternly said, "I've already sensed the changes in Mercenary City. The Earth Spirit guarding the city has already reached returnants. If even she can't stop them, you won't be able to change anything even if you take my Bright Moon Divine Hall." Chapter 1276. Fairy Haoyue's complexion turned cold. The actions of this supreme elder of Yuan school had aroused the anger in her heart. She coldly said, "You are really bold. A mere holy emperor dares to be disrespectful to this fairy. Do you want to forcibly take away this fairy's divine palace? Not to mention a mere holy emperor like you, even if a holy emperor personally came here, he would have to return empty-handed. Now, this fairy will give you one last chance to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame this fairy for being impolite." After listening to Fairy Haoyue's threatening words, the Supreme Elder of Yuan School couldn't help but laugh and said, "Fairy Haoyue, if you really had the strength of the past, we would naturally be as weak as ants in your eyes. Unfortunately, you only have your soul left now. Let me ask you, what can you do in your soul state? Although your soul is very powerful, I guess that your soul cannot leave the bright moon divine palace. Otherwise, it won't be long before your soul dissipates between heaven and earth. A dense killing intent appeared in Fairy Haoyue's cold and beautiful eyes. The Fairy Haoyue had been so proud all her life, but now she was being bullied by a holy emperor who was even weaker than an ant in her eyes. This made the anger in her heart burn fiercely, and her killing intent soared rapidly. Fairy Haoyue's reaction was seen by the 9 holy emperor experts, which confirmed the Supreme Elder of Yuan School's conjecture. The Supreme Elder of Yuan School couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, Haoyue, now, we know that you have arranged many formations inside the Divine Palace, and can even trap Holy Emperor experts, but as long as we don't enter the Bright Moon Divine Palace, the formations inside will not pose the slightest threat to us. We have come this time for the sake of the common people. I hope Fairy Haoyue can understand. Afterward, the Supreme Elder of Yuan School looked at the 8 people behind him and said, Everyone, time is tight right now. We can't waste too much time on the matter of the seal. For the sake of the common people, we can't care about anything else. The 9 of us will immediately work together to seal up the Bright Moon Divine Palace and forcefully take it to Mercenary City. Without any hesitation, the 8 holy emperor experts all flew toward the Bright Moon Divine Palace. At the same time, Bai Hai and the saint rulers of the Flame Mercenaries were trapped by the frozen space again, immobilized. Below, Bai Lian stared at the 9 holy emperor experts flying toward the Bright Moon Divine Palace with an ugly expression. The light in her eyes flickered as she hesitated. She also had flaming jadeite that could unleash an attack from a holy emperor at great perfection in her space ring. At the same time, there were quite a few quaking thunders that Jianchen had left for her. Although they were not as powerful as the flaming jadeite, they could still unleash an attack from a holy emperor. Right now, she was hesitating over whether she should use the flaming jadeite and the quaking thunders. When Jianchen had given them to Bai Lian, he had said that she should not use them unless she was in danger. However, Bai Lian understood that even if she used the flaming jadeite and the quaking thunders, she probably would not be the opponent of the 9 holy emperor experts in the current situation. With the 9 of them working together, the flaming jadeite would no longer be able to threaten them. The 9 holy emperor experts had already arrived before the Bright Moon Divine Palace. The energy around them surged as they prepared to seal up the Bright Moon Divine Palace and forcefully take it to Mercenary City. However, at this moment the sky suddenly changed. A huge, round moon slowly rose up from the Bright Moon Divine Palace, shining with pure and gentle moonlight. It was not a true moon, but a manifestation of moonlight force. Control was a manifestation of the divine ability technique. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Even if I'm only left with a soul, I'm not someone a few ants can bully. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out from the Divine Palace. She had already vanished, completely concealing herself within the Divine Palace. The faces of the 9 holy emperor experts all changed. They discovered that when the full moon rose up from the Divine Palace, their bodies had been sealed up by an invisible force, making it impossible for them to move. This was not a holy emperor's ability, nor was it a holy emperor's ability. Instead, it had sealed them up using a method they did not understand. Even the tremendous energy within their bodies was no longer under their control. What is this? Damn it! Fairy Haoyue is clearly only left with a soul. How can she still seal our bodies? Even if she was once a peak holy emperor, she still shouldn't be able to do this. Yang Jizong and the 4 great elders of the Yuan sect were shocked. Only now did they suddenly realize that Fairy Haoyue was not as simple as they had imagined. Peak holy emperor experts had appeared in the 10 protector clans before. However, according to the records of ancient records, even a peak holy emperor expert would not be able to display such a powerful ability once they lost their physical body and only had a soul left. Fairy Haoyue, what have you done to us? A loose cultivator Holy Emperor shouted angrily at the bright moon divine temple. Although his voice was stern, it was obvious that he lacked chi. This was because, even with his knowledge and experience, he was completely unable to distinguish what kind of power was sealing him up. Everyone, don't panic. Fairy Haoyue is most likely using some kind of ancient secret technique. However, this kind of secret technique must consume a lot of energy. She definitely won't be able to hold on for long. Yang Jizong's great elder Jitian said in a deep voice. He tried his best to control the power in his body and break through the mysterious power that was binding him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not control the energy in his body at all. At this moment, the faces of the 9 people changed again. In an instant, they turned pale and their eyes were full of horror. The 9 of them simultaneously found that the power in their bodies was drifting out of their bodies uncontrollably. Eventually, it was all absorbed by the bright moon divine temple. "Oh no, Fairy Haoyue is absorbing our power," a holy emperor cried out. He was both surprised and furious. The other 8 holy emperors were shocked as well because they discovered that they could only watch helplessly as their power was absorbed by the bright moon divine hall. Let alone stopping it, they did not even have the ability to flee. This was an extremely terrifying thing for them. Once all the energy in their bodies was sucked dry, it would have an extremely serious impact on their strength. Fairy Haoyue, stop! Stop! Fairy Haoyue, stop! You've become an enemy of the entire Tian Yuan continent. Fairy Haoyue, please show mercy. The crisis of the Tian Yuan continent is imminent. We should all work together and use all our strength against the world of forsaken saints instead of killing each other here. At this moment, the 9 holy emperor completely panicked. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They all began to beg for mercy. Their voices had become much softer. "Humph, didn't you just say that I can't do anything to you with just a sliver of my soul? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want on the Tian Yuan continent just because you're a holy emperor? Do you really think that no one can stop you? I'll show you right now. Even if I'm just a sliver of my soul, killing you is still a piece of cake." Fairy Haoyue's cold voice rang out from the divine hall. Her voice was filled with killing intent. "Fairy Haoyue, please show mercy. Our protector clan, the Yuan sect, will be eternally grateful." A Yuan school's Taishang elder also opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but perhaps even he himself was not aware that the wrinkles on his face were increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he was rapidly aging at an incredible speed. "You want to use the name of a mere protector clan to pressure me? What a joke. What are the 10 protector clans of the Tian Yuan continent? If I still had my body, I could wipe them out with a flick of my finger. I've already given you a chance before, but you're the ones who want to die. Don't blame me. The 9 of you will be the first people to die to this formation since I've created the Divine Hall. This formation is called chronology," Fairy Haoyue coldly said. "Chronology." A sliver of doubt flashed through the hearts of the 9 holy emperor experts. They understood the meaning of the word chronology extremely well. In a sense, it was time, a synonym for time. However, they did not understand why Fairy Haoyue had named the formation chronology. "Ah! No, this is impossible, this is impossible." Suddenly, a holy emperor cried out. He stared at the other 8 holy emperor experts in disbelief. His eyes were filled with shock, as if he had discovered the most unbelievable thing. The 8 holy emperor experts all looked at him. Their eyes suddenly narrowed with that glance, and they all became filled with disbelief. This was because they had discovered that the other holy emperor experts who had come with them had all become abnormally old in that short amount of time. Their aging was deepening at a visible rate. "Our life force is rapidly draining away. Impossible, this is impossible. This is not an ability that a holy emperor can possess. Even Origin Realm experts who have surpassed Holy Emperor can't control such great power. A holy emperor cried out in despair. His face had become sheet white, without a single trace of blood. Chronology, chronology, this is chronology. No wonder this formation is called chronology. A saint king murmured in despair. His face was ashen. He had already realized that it was probably impossible for him to escape today, because none of the 9 of them had the power to stop the temporal formation from robbing him of what little life he had left. At this moment, an independent holy emperor who had reached the 7th heavenly layer had lost all light in his eyes. He had become extremely thin, just skin and bones. His soul had been extinguished. He was the one who had lived the longest among the group. He did not have much time left, so all of it had been drained away in such a short amount of time. He became the first holy emperor expert to die to the chronology formation. The other 8 people also had white hair, and the wrinkles on their faces were squeezed together. Their bodies were drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment ago, some of them were still young men in their prime, but now they had already become old men in their last years. At this moment, all the people in the city below were stunned, as if they had just witnessed the most wondrous thing in the world. The holy emperor experts who had been majestic earlier had all become weathered old men. The difference was so great that many of them were unable to react. Even Yu, Bai Hai, and the other saint rulers were the same. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy sound rang out in the air. A holy emperor of Yangji Zong suddenly erupted with a bloody mist. He used a secret technique at the cost of his own body to escape, turning into a red streak of light as he fled into the distance. At almost the same time, the 3 other holy emperors of the Protector clans used the same secret technique to escape. They paid an extremely heavy price, and only 4 independent holy emperors remained trapped. It was not that they did not have any methods to escape, but that their methods of escape could not compare to the heritage of the Protector clans. They were unable to break free from the restraints of the chronology formation. Chapter 1277. Out of the 9 holy emperor experts who wanted to forcefully borrow the Bright Moon Divine Hall, the other 5 independent holy emperor had all been stripped of their life force by the time formation and died in the city. Hao Yue was no longer a merciful person. Even though the independent holy emperor had begged for mercy time and time again, they were still unable to escape death. The scene above Flame City shocked everyone in the city. The Flame Mercenaries had displayed great strength once again. All the members of the Flame Mercenaries became extremely excited when they saw this. Their blood began to boil. Originally, they thought that the captain of the Flame Mercenaries was already heaven-defying enough, but looking at it now, Fairy Hao Yue seemed to be even more heaven-defying than the captain they revered so much. She had actually managed to kill the mighty holy emperor experts in such a short amount of time. After ending the lives of the independent holy emperor, the Bright Moon Divine Hall returned to normal. The huge, round moon above the Divine Hall slowly dispersed, and even the Divine Hall returned to its normal size. It descended back into the city lord's estate and stood there silently like a noble princess. Yu was worried about Fairy Hao Yue's situation, so she entered the Divine Hall as soon as possible. Bai Lian began to get busy as well. She passed down various orders. The tremendous presences of the 9 holy emperor experts had thrown the city into chaos. Countless people had been injured, so there was a lot of work to be done. The space rings of the 5 independent holy emperor obviously ended up in Bai Lian's hands as well. Vice City Lord, let's just hang the corpses of the 5 holy emperor experts on the city walls to display the might of our Flame Mercenaries. At the same time, we'll send a warning to the various organizations on the continent. We'll let them know that even without the captain, we're not to be trifled with, a middle-aged man said to Bai Lian. A middle-aged man said to Bai Lian. He was extremely respectful. He was also one of the managers of the Flame Mercenaries. Bai Lian shook her head. They're Saint Kings after all, and they're still Saint Kings. Get someone to bury them and leave them with some dignity. Yes, Vice City Lord. The middle-aged man replied politely before immediately sending a group of people to carry the corpses of the 5 holy emperor out of the city to find a place to bury them. Fairy Haoyue's illusionary figure sat on a piece of jade in a secret room within the bright moon divine hall. Pure and clear moonlight force radiated from the jade. It was no ordinary jade. It came from the moon. Before Fairy Haoyue, Yu asked in concern, "Master, are you all right?" Fairy Haoyue faintly smiled. "My disciple, you don't need to worry about me. Although I'm only left with a sliver of my soul, I'm not as weak as you imagine me to be. In the past, I cast down quite a few formations both inside and outside the bright moon divine hall. These formations are far more powerful than the people of the Tianyuan continent can imagine. Although I can't unleash the full power of the formations due to the limited materials, they can still block the attacks of the Holy Emperor with ease. The Time Moon formation happens to be one of them. It's just that activating these formations consumes quite a lot of energy. Although you can replenish it by absorbing the energy of others, it's still not enough. As a result, my disciple, you can't rely on me everywhere in the future. Increasing your own strength is the most important thing." "Yes, Master. I will definitely work even harder in the future," Yu said with determination. The Holy Emperor experts from all over the Tianyuan continent had all gathered in a majestic hall within the miniature world of Mercenary City. They sat in a circle on the ground as they discussed how to stop the world of Forsaken Saint. There were over 400 Holy Emperor experts gathered there now. They were most of the Holy Emperor experts on the Tianyuan continent. Although the Supreme Divine Hall of our Mercenary City is extremely tough, we still don't know if it can stop the Reciprocity expert from the world of Forsaken Saint. On the other hand, the Emperor armaments of the Protector clans are extremely powerful. Even several Holy Emperor experts working together will struggle to control them. As a result, I suggest that the Protector clans bring all their Emperor armaments here and temporarily give them to Great Elder Tianjian, who has reached the level of Holy Emperor. He should be able to unleash even greater power. May I ask what everyone thinks?" The Grand Elder of Mercenary City said slowly as he glanced past the people of the Protector clans. "Our Heaven's Incense School has no objections. We're willing to give the Emperor armaments to Great Elder Tianjian for now." The school master of the Heaven's Incense School was the first to agree to the Grand Elder's suggestion. After a moment of thought, the Pavilion Master said, "Great Elder Tianjian's strength has already reached the level of Holy Emperor. His strength is incomparable to ours, so there's obviously no reason for us to give the Protector artifact to Great Elder Tianjian. It's just that our Protector artifact is rather special. It's slightly different from the other 9 Protector clans. Only people who practice our cultivation method can control it, so I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint the Grand Elder." A Great Elder from the Muyuan clan said, "Grand Elder, the Emperor armaments of our Protector clans have reached an extremely terrifying level. Even when several Holy Emperor experts work together to control them, they will suffer an extremely powerful backlash. Probably only experts at the level of Holy Emperor can use them as they wish. However, can Great Elder Tianjian use so many Emperor armaments by himself? Even if Great Elder Tianjian becomes a Holy Emperor, he probably won't be able to control so many Emperor armaments at the same time." The Great Elder asked the question that was on the minds of many people present, especially the people from the Protector clans. They also doubted whether Tianjian could control so many Emperor armaments by himself. After all, the Emperor armaments of the Protector clans were anything but ordinary. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City chuckled. "The Emperor armaments of the Protector clans have reached a level of power that terrifies us. Although Great Elder Tianjian has become a Saint Emperor, it's still extremely difficult for him to control so many Emperor armaments at the same time. However, Old Man obviously has other intentions for lending them to Great Elder Tianjian." "May I ask what the Grand Elder's intentions are?" Do the Emperor armaments have other uses? A great elder from the Heartless sect asked. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before replying. Our mercenary city has quite a few secret techniques left behind by City Lord Mo Tianyun. These techniques all possess unfathomable abilities, and some of them can only be practiced by Holy Emperor experts. Now that Great Elder Tianjian has become an emperor, he can grasp a few secret techniques that only Holy Emperor experts can learn. There just happens to be a secret technique that can use the Emperor armaments of your protector clans to cast down a powerful ancient slaughter formation, activating the hidden power within the Emperor armaments to unleash terrifying attacks. Everyone, just think about it. If you cast down such a terrifying ancient slaughter formation in the tunnel to the world of Forsaken Saints, just how shocking would the effects be? The eyes of many people present lit up with that. At the same time, they were secretly surprised. The heritage of Mercenary City was actually no weaker than the Protector clans. They actually possessed such a high-level secret technique that only Holy Emperor experts could learn. Protecting the Tian Yuan continent has always been the duty of us Protector clans. Since the world of Forsaken Saints is so powerful, we should all work together. We can't ignore the safety of the continent for our personal interest. Our Shunshao sect is willing to lend out our Emperor armaments. Our Patian sect is willing to lend out our Emperor armaments as well. Our Moyuan clan is willing to lend out our Emperor armaments as well. Our Yangji Zong is willing to lend out our Emperor armaments. The Yuan sect is willing to lend out our Emperor armaments. The people of the Protector clans all expressed their opinions. In the blink of an eye, 8 of them agreed to lend out their Emperor armament. Only the Tyrant's Blade School and the people of the Changyang Prefecture remained silent. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City immediately looked at the Holy Emperor experts and Changyang Zhu Shao. The Holy Emperor experts of the Tyrant's Blade School hesitated. One of them braced himself and said, "The founding ancestor of our Tyrant's Blade School, Gui Haidao, has already returned. The Emperor armament is currently in the founding ancestor's hands, so we refuse to lend it out. However, we believe that the Emperor armament will be even more powerful in the founding ancestor's hands." Originally, the Tyrant's Blade School wanted to hide the news of their founding ancestor's return as much as possible, but there was no point in hiding it now that something so major had happened on the Tian Yuan continent. Moreover, they had personally witnessed their founding ancestor's supreme strength when the 100 races invaded the Tyrant's Blade School. They were confident that even if their founding ancestor's identity was exposed, no one on the Tian Yuan continent would be able to threaten him. This was because even the Holy Emperor would not be able to threaten him. However, the news from the Saint Kings of the Tyrant's Blade School seemed to explode in everyone's heads like a bolt of lightning. All of them became stunned as they stared at the Saint Kings in disbelief. Not a single one of them believed what the Saint Kings of the Tyrant's Blade School had said. "What did you say? Your founding ancestor has returned? Xingfeng, what are you talking about?" A Holy Emperor expert who was on good terms with the Tyrant's Blade School asked in surprise. His gaze toward Xingfeng was strange. Xingfeng also knew that it was very difficult for everyone to believe what he had just said, but he did not explain too much. He indifferently said, "It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Our Tyrant's Blade School cannot lend out the Emperor armament." Quite a few people immediately came to a realization when they heard Xingfeng's word. None of them believed what Xingfeng had just said. They only treated it as an excuse for why Xingfeng was unwilling to lend out the Emperor armament. Even though the excuse was extremely exaggerated, to the point where no one believed it, no one mentioned it again. After all, the Emperor armament belonged to the Tyrant's Blade School. If they were unwilling to lend it out, they could not force them. Chapter 1278. Changyang Zhu Shao raised his eyes and emotionlessly said, "Our Zhu branch has already broken away from the Protector Changyang clan. We no longer have anything to do with the Protector Changyang clan. Yunxia and I are obviously not here to represent the Protector Changyang clan. There's no need for the Grand Elder to ask us about borrowing the Emperor armament. Everyone in the hall was shocked by Changyang Zhuzhao's words. Many of them were filled with disbelief. Many of the experts from the Holy Emperor gathered here had a certain understanding of the protector clans of Changyang Prefecture. Changyang Prefecture was split into the Zhu, Yuan, and Qing branches. Throughout countless years, the three branches had always been united. Even if there were disagreements from time to time, they would never pose too great of a threat to the stability of the protector clans. Yet today, the representative of the Zhu branch had actually said that the Zhu branch had already broken away from Changyang Prefecture and no longer had anything to do with Changyang Prefecture. Many people found this unbelievable. Changyang Zhushao, are you telling the truth? Have the people of your Zhu branch really broken away from the protector clan? The Grand Elder of Mercenary City sternly asked. This was a major matter. Changyang Zhushao, are you joking? Your Zhu, Yuan, and Qing branches have been on good terms for over 1,000,000 years. Since ancient times until now, the three branches have always been of the same breadth and branch. Why did they suddenly split up? A ruddy old man beside Changyang Zhushao asked. He was a great elder of the Muyuan clan and had a good relationship with Changyang Zhushao. At this moment, everyone looked at Changyang Zhushao and Changyang Zhuyunshao, especially the Holy Emperor experts from the Yuan sect and Yangji zone. They all secretly cheered inside. Changyang Prefecture had split and suffered a great loss of strength. This was something they were extremely willing to see. Changyang Zhushao remained emotionless. This matter had greatly affected him as well. He heavily said, "How can I joke about something so major? Old man is obviously telling the truth. Our Zhu branch no longer has anything to do with the protector clan of Changyang Prefecture." The hall immediately fell silent. However, the people present had already accepted the fact that the Zhu branch had broken away from Changyang Prefecture. Although this was a shocking piece of news to the Tian-Yuan continent, it did not affect them in any way. However, many people had already realized that Changyang Prefecture's strength had been greatly reduced. They would definitely fall from their position as the greatest protector clan and might even fall to the bottom of the 10 protector clans. This made the people from the other protector clans secretly happy. Since the Zhu branch has already broken away from Changyang Prefecture, may I ask why the people from the Qing and Yuan branches that represent Changyang Prefecture aren't here? A Holy Emperor expert from a protector clan asked out of curiosity. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City looked around and discovered that there really were no people from the protector clan of Changyang Prefecture. As a result, he said to a Holy Emperor beside him, "Sixth Elder, please go to Changyang Prefecture and invite them to Mercenary City so that we can discuss how to deal with the world of Forsaken Saints." The sixth elder immediately stood up and clasped his fist at the people around him. He loudly said, "Everyone, please excuse this old man for a moment." Afterward, the sixth elder directly left the miniature world of Mercenary City. Although the protector clan of Changyang Prefecture was still extremely far away from Mercenary City, it was only a few seconds before a Holy Emperor expert. The sixth elder returned to Changyang Prefecture in less than 10 minutes. He sternly said, "Grand Elder, I've paid a visit to Changyang Prefecture and discovered that it's been sealed. Not only can we not enter, but the people inside can't leave either. All methods of communication are useless." "What?" The Grand Elder's face changed, and he immediately stood up. Even the Holy Emperor experts gathered there were shocked. A mighty protector clan had actually been sealed and trapped in a miniature world. This was just too shocking to everyone present. "Sixth Elder, is what you said true? Changyang Prefecture has actually been sealed in a miniature world. That's a protector clan with great heritage. Just who else on the Tian-Yuan continent possesses such great abilities? Even the Path Lord of Carnal Desires can't do something like this," an independent Holy Emperor questioned. The Grand Elder did not ask any more questions. He stared deeply at Changyang Zhu Xiao and Changyang Zhu Yunxiao and said, Changyang Zhu Xiao, our Tian Yuan continent is currently facing a crisis of life and death. Although we don't know what has happened to your Changyang prefecture, we are in need of people right now. We want to break through the seal of Changyang prefecture. Do the two of you have any objections? At that moment, the gazes of all the Holy Emperor experts toward Changyang Zhu Xiao and Changyang Zhu Yunxiao changed slightly. There was admiration and disdain. Many of them had already guessed that the Zhu branch had something to do with the Zhu branch when they broke away from Changyang prefecture. Changyang Zhu Xiao gently sighed. He knew that many people had probably misunderstood the people of the Zhu branch, so he could not help but explain, it's all because of the saint's fruit. When Jianchen obtained the saint's fruit, Changyang Qingyun wanted to take it from him, which led to an unprecedented civil war in Changyang prefecture. In his fury, Jianchen worked together with the three magical beasts to seal up Changyang prefecture. This matter has always been the greatest pain in my heart. If you want to break through the seal now and let the people of the Qing and Yuan branches regain their freedom, we of the Zhu branch obviously won't have any objections. Everyone immediately came to a realization with Changyang Zhu Zhao's explanation. However, they were stunned once again by the heaven-defying methods of Jianchen and the three magical beasts. They could even seal up a protector clan. Even the Holy Emperor would struggle to accomplish something so heaven-defying. This was because every single protector clan possessed methods to fend off the Holy Emperor. I guessed that this would be the outcome. Changyang Qingyun is far too greedy. They didn't do much when they fought for the saint's fruit, so why should Jianchen hand it over? In my opinion, the people of the Yuan and Qing branches have only themselves to blame. They can't blame anyone else. The Holy Emperor from the Moyuan clan, who had close ties with Changyang Zhu Xiao, said with righteous indignation. At this moment, 4 bloodied and horrible experts from the Holy Emperor stumbled into the hall. Every single one of them had aged beyond recognition. Their presence of life was extremely weak. It's Jiantian. A great elder from the Yangji zone recognized one of them and immediately paled in fright. He arrived before the 4 of them in a flash and stared at Jiantian in disbelief. He cried out, Jiantian, how did you become like this? It's Fairy Haoyue. The Fairy Haoyue used a formation to strip us of our presence of life. Jiantian weakly replied. As soon as he said that, he seemed to lose all his strength and directly collapsed on the ground. His body withered at a visible rate, becoming a dry corpse very soon. Afterwards, the other 3 Holy Emperor experts who had escaped from the time formation also collapsed on the ground, following in Jiantian's footstep. The faces of Yangji Zong and the great elders from the Yuan sect all turned extremely ugly. They had already recognized the other 3. They were the Holy Emperor experts from their 2 sects who had gone to Raging Flame City to borrow the Bright Moon Divine Temple. They hadn't expected that not only would they fail to borrow the Bright Moon Divine Temple, but they would also lose their lives. Losing 2 Holy Emperor experts all at once was an extremely heavy loss for the Yangji Zong and the Yuan sect. This Fairy Haoyue has gone too far. It's fine that she didn't want to borrow the Bright Moon Divine Temple, but why did she have to kill the great elders of our Yuan sect and the Yangji Zong? We can't let this matter rest, a Holy Emperor expert from the Yuan sect said with a pained expression. Our Yangji Zong will definitely seek justice for this matter. The great elders of Yangji Zong were all filled with killing intent. Losing 2 Holy Emperor experts all at once had reduced the overall strength of the Yangji Zong by 30%. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City stepped forward and said with a heavy voice, "Please restrain your grief. The matter at hand is to find a way to deal with the threat of the world of Forsaken Saint. We'll go talk to Fairy Haoyue once we've dealt with the threat of the world of Forsaken Saint." That's right. There are priorities. The world of Forsaken Saints is our greatest threat. Let's put aside the grievances between the Yangji Zong and the Yuan sect and Fairy Haoyue for now. Moreover, Fairy Haoyue can deal with 9 Holy Emperor experts so easily, and she even has such a heaven-defying formation to protect her. She must be very difficult to deal with. We can't cause any more problems right now, said the pavilion head. The pavilion master of the Pure Heart Pavilion spoke up. Aside from the great elder of Mercenary City, the pavilion master of the Pure Heart Pavilion was the most authoritative person there. Yang Jizong and the great elders of the Yuan sect fell silent. In the end, they chose to follow the Grand Elder and the pavilion head's decision. They had witnessed Fairy Haoyue's strength from the fate of the Holy Emperor experts. Even though she was only left with her soul, she was not as weak as they had imagined her to be. If they wanted revenge, they needed to borrow the strength of a group. Afterward, the Grand Elder of Mercenary City and over 20 Holy Emperor experts from various organizations set off for Chongyang Prefecture. At the same time, they sent envoys to the 100 races, magical beasts, and sea race with great gifts to inform them of the world of Forsaken Saints. Chongyang Qin Yun, Chongyang Qin Juri, Chongyang Qin Yunfeng, Chongyang Yuan Wuji, and Chongyang Yuan Zhenghua hovered in the air with sunken faces in the miniature world of the Protector clan of Chongyang Prefecture. They stared in the direction of the World Gate. During the months they had been sealed, they would use their full strength to break the seal every once in a while. They had even used their Emperor armaments a few times, but they still failed to break through the seal. The power of the seal had completely exceeded their expectations. Even the Holy Emperor would struggle to break through this seal. Are we just going to be trapped here until we die? Chongyang Qin Juri asked with a sunken face. No. Maintaining the seal requires an extremely great amount of energy. As long as the seal exists, a portion of the energy will be depleted. Once the energy is completely depleted, we can break through the seal. However, we still need to constantly attack the seal during this period of time to increase the depletion of its energy so that we can break free sooner, Chongyang Qin Yun said with a sunken face. Chongyang Qin Yun said coldly. As a mighty Protector clan, they had actually been trapped in a miniature world. This was a humiliation that they would never be able to wash away. Once we break free, I'll deal with Jianchen no matter the cost, Chongyang Qin Yunfeng also said with a sunken face. Heavy killing intent filled his eyes. Chapter 1279. Several tens of thousand kilometers away from Mercenary City, Chongyang Zhu Yunkong and Huang Tianba had carved out a cave on a mountain peak. They currently sat in their respective caves and cultivated. They did not pay too much attention to what had happened in Mercenary City. Back then, several hundred Holy Emperor experts had gathered in Mercenary City. There was even a great elder, Tianjian, who had become a Holy Emperor. If even these supreme experts could not deal with the situation, the two of them would not be able to do anything as mere saint rulers. The two of them had obtained Xiao Ling's assistance in the depths of Mercenary City, allowing their strength to increase rapidly. They could be described as advancing at a tremendous pace, even though they were still saint rulers. Even though they were still saint rulers, they were both at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer, only a step away from becoming a Holy Emperor. There was an extremely large gap between saint rulers and Holy Emperors. The two of them had already secretly made up their minds to charge through that tough barrier in a single stroke and become a Holy Emperor. Chongyang Zhu Yunkong's talent was much greater than Huang Tianba's. In the past, he could only remain a Heaven Saint Master because of the seal in his head, unable to reach sainthood. Now that the seal had been removed and with Xiao Ling's assistance, his strength increased at an astounding rate. He had already caught up to Huang Tianba, and with the talent he had displayed, it was even possible for him to break through before Huang Tianba. Other than the two of them, even the loyal guard that Jianchen had brought from the Radiant Saint Master Union, Yang Ling, was cultivating in the mountains. He was over 1,000 kilometers away from the two of them. Yang Ling's talent was much more mediocre compared to the two of them. When Jianchen had brought him out of the Radiant Saint Master Union, Yang Ling was already a sixth cycle Heaven Saint Master and had remained at that level for many years. However, after cultivating in Mercenary City for a period of time, he was still a sixth cycle Heaven Saint Master. The difference between a Heaven Saint Master and a Saint Ruler was as great as a chasm because it was a difference of an entire realm. Becoming a Saint Ruler required a corresponding amount of talent and comprehension. It was not something that could be achieved through arduous cultivation. After emerging from the underground space of Mercenary City, Ming Dong did not stay with Huang Tianba and Changyang Zhu Yunkong. Instead, he returned to Flame City alone and checked on the current situation of the city. At the same time, he learned that Jianchen was in the Sea Realm. Afterwards, Ming Dong remained in Flame City. He continued to cultivate in a secret room deep beneath the city. At the same time, Bai Hai and Bai Lian gave a batch of high-class monster cores to Ming Dong. A portion of them had been left behind by Jianchen, while a portion had been left behind by the Holy Emperor who had died to the temporal formation not long ago. Changyang Qingyun and the other great elders stood side by side in the sealed miniature world of the Protector clan, Changyang Prefecture. They hovered in the air as they silently stared in the direction of the World Gate. Their eyes were filled with anger and resentment as well as some helplessness. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy sound rang out from the direction of the World Gate. Ripples appeared in the space near the World Gate, causing the energy of the world in the surroundings to churn. All the Saint Rulers sealed in the Changyang clan were alarmed by this. The sudden change in the World Gate immediately attracted the attention of the 5 great elders. Their eyes immediately lit up as they stared in the direction of the World Gate in interest. Bang! A second muffled sound came from the direction of the Realm Gate. This time, not only was the sound much louder than before, even the ripples in the space around the Realm Gate had become even more ferocious. Powerful energy shockwaves revolved around the Realm Gate and shook it. Many Saint Rulers flew over from various places and gathered behind the 5 great elders. They were all gloomy and miserable. One of the 9th heavenly layer Saint Rulers politely asked, "Great elders, what has happened?" The 5 great elders all remained silent. They stared in the direction of the World Gate sternly. Only when the third sound rang out did their expressions finally change. They all became extremely excited. Someone is attacking the seal from outside. Fantastic, someone has finally discovered that Changyang Prefecture has been sealed. They're currently destroying the seal from outside. Changyang Qingjuri immediately cried out. Changyang and Qingjuri immediately cried out in joy. During the time that they had been trapped, they had tried countless methods to contact the people outside, but all of them had ended in failure. This was because the seal that blocked the World Gate was extremely powerful and profound. It could cut off all methods of communication. Even if they used ancient secret techniques, they could not pass through the seal and send a message out. Changyang Qingyun, Changyang Qinyunfeng, Changyang Yuan Wuji, and Changyang Yuan Jinghua were overjoyed as well. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. Although being sealed up here did not pose any threat to their lives, none of them wished to be locked up in a prison by someone else. Let's move immediately and attack the seal from the inside. We can work with the people outside so it'll be easier to destroy the seal, Changyang Qingyun immediately called out. The 4 other great elders nodded at the same time. They all began to attack the seal as hard as they could. Immediately, a tremendous pressure crushed down from the surroundings, permeating the entire miniature world of Changyang Prefecture. It seemed to have frozen the air and caused the energy of the world to become still. The 5 Holy Emperor experts were extremely eager to destroy the seal, so they used powerful Saint Tier battle skills right from the start. With their strength as Saint Kings, using Saint Tier battle skills was a piece of cake. They finished charging up in a single moment and an extremely powerful sword chi erupted from the sword in Changyang Qingyun's hand. He swung a 100-meter-long sword chi toward the seal of the World Gate. Changyang Qingjuri did not use a saint weapon. He directly struck out with his palm, and the surging energy transformed into a hand several dozen meters wide, striking the world gate with lightning-like speed. Extremely powerful wind attributed Saint force permeated Changyang Qin Yunfeng's surroundings before turning into a gust of wind that enveloped him. The gust of wind rapidly revolved, reaching into the sky and connecting to the very top of the miniature world. It stirred up the energy of the world in the miniature world from its initial stillness into a frenzy. Afterward, Changyang Qin Yunfeng swung his arms and the gust of wind around him immediately shot toward the world gate, causing the surrounding space to violently distort. A 3-meter-wide fireball hovered above Changyang Yuanwuji's head. It shone like the sun as a terrifying heat permeated the miniature world, causing the temperature there to rapidly rise. With a wave of his hand, the huge fireball immediately turned into a red streak of light and shot toward the world gate with lightning-like speed. Changyang Yuan Zhenghua also shot out a powerful strand of sword qi toward the world gate. Wherever the sword qi passed, the space there would ripple. The Saint-tier battle skills used by 5 Holy Emperor experts at the same time were so great that they were enough to destroy the world. Even the miniature world, that was much tougher than the outside world, found it rather difficult to endure. The figures of the 18 divine halls appeared in the sky, stabilizing the space there. Outside the world gate of Changyang Prefecture, over 20 Holy Emperor experts sternly hovered in the air with the Grand Elder in the lead. All of them cast their gazes toward the invisible seal in front of them. The 3 magical beasts really are capable. The seal they cast down is actually so powerful. We've already attacked it 3 times, but it still hasn't broken through. The Grand Elder could not help but sigh in amazement. He was filled with admiration for Ruijin, Heiyu, and Heiyu. Afterward, he glanced past the Holy Emperor experts in the surroundings and loudly said, "Everyone, the seal is far more powerful than we expected. Let's use our full strength and break through the seal together." "Alright, let's all get ready. We'll attack at the same time under the Grand Elder's command," a Holy Emperor expert from a Protector clan loudly replied. The Great Elder of Mercenary City, Tianjin, had already become a Holy Emperor. At the same time, he had the protection of the Barrier Spirit, which had surpassed the Holy Emperor and reached returnance. Even the Protector clans of the Tian Yuan continent could not compare to him in terms of strength. As a result, Mercenary City had vaguely become the leader of the continent, the undisputed representative of the Protector clans. The 5 Saint-tier battle skills used by Changyang Qin Yun and the others basically struck the seal at the same time in the miniature world. The seal immediately began to violently tremble, but their combined battle skills were still unable to break through the seal. At this moment, the experts outside the world gate also unleashed a powerful attack. The attack was clearly much more powerful than the 5 Saint-tier battle skills. After enduring such a powerful attack, the seal cast down by Ruijin finally collapsed and collapsed. Changyang Prefecture, which had been sealed up for several months, could finally see the light of day again. Changyang Qin Yun and the others did not wait for the chaotic streams of energy to calm down as soon as the seal was broken. They eagerly charged out. As soon as they arrived outside, they discovered over 20 Holy Emperor experts hovering in the air. Changyang Qin Yun and the others obviously knew that it was all thanks to the assistance of the Holy Emperor experts that they were able to escape. Without any hesitation, the 5 of them immediately clasped their hands in gratitude. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City raised his hand and said, "The 10 Protector clans were originally one family with our Mercenary City. We all silently protect the continent. It was nothing, so there's no need to thank us." Chapter 1280. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard that, including the Grand Elder. They could not help but think about the world of Forsaken Saint. Did Changyang Qin Yun learn about the world of Forsaken Saints before us? A Holy Emperor thought. Changyang Qin Yun paused for a while. He became extremely stern. You must still remember the war god of the 100 races who invaded our Tian-Yuan continent in ancient times and slaughtered many of our experts. Now that the war god of the 100 races has reappeared, he'll definitely create a storm of blood on the Tian-Yuan continent once he matures. Now that the war god of the 100 races is by Jian Chen's side, we need to kill the war god of the 100 races while he's still in the cradle, or our Tian-Yuan continent will face another great disaster. Aside from the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, everyone became shocked when they heard that. The war god of the 100 races was one of the 4 existences who had surpassed the Holy Emperor in ancient times. He had once left behind an extremely terrifying nightmare for the humans. Even the 10 protector clans were unable to stop him even when they used everything they had. If it were not for the appearance of Mo Tianyun in the final moment and repelling Ruijin, the Tian-Yuan continent probably would have ended up in the hands of the 100 races. The news of the war god's reappearance was just far too shocking to everyone. Only the Grand Elder of Mercenary City remained the same. He chuckled like nothing had happened. Perfect timing, perfect timing. The war god of the 100 races has appeared at just the right time. Now that our Tian-Yuan continent is facing a crisis of life and death, we're in dire need of power. The war god's appearance is like sending coal in the snow. The Grand Elder is extremely correct. Not only has the war god of the 100 races reappeared, but even the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, has been reborn. If they grow up, they'll all become Origin Realm experts. They'll be the peak power of our world, said the ancestral emperor of the Felicity Empire. Changyang Qinyun and the others became stunned by the ancestral emperor's words. They became rather confused. The 5 of them glanced past the 20 or so Holy Emperor experts who had saved them with a strange expression. Not only did they not see the heavy expressions they had in the past half a year, but there were even quite a few of them who were delighted. In ancient times, the war god of the 100 races had an irreconcilable enmity with the magical beasts and humans, and the Tian-Yuan continent had almost fallen into the hands of the 100 races. Now that the war god of the 100 races had reappeared, he would become an existence that surpassed the Holy Emperor before long. With the current strength of the Tian-Yuan continent, there was no power that could stand up to him. However, not only did the Holy Emperor experts not do anything to kill the war god of the 100 races while he was still growing, they even felt happy. This immediately made Changyang Qinyun and the others doubt whether they were still on the Tian-Yuan continent and whether the 20 Holy Emperor experts before them were humans or not. This was because in the eyes of Changyang Qinyun and the others, probably only the experts of the 100 races would be able to rejoice after learning that the war god had reappeared. Changyang Qinyun, now that you've broken free, please come with us to Mercenary City. Something major has happened on the Tian-Yuan continent. We've already sent out invitations with the other protector clans, inviting all the Holy Emperor experts on the continent to gather in Mercenary City. Even some of the human experts from overseas have been invited, the Grand Elder of Mercenary City said with a serious expression. Something major has happened on the Tian-Yuan continent? Have you already known that the war god of the 100 races has reappeared? Are you gathering all the experts of the world to deal with the war god? Changyang Qinyun asked in doubt. In his opinion, nothing was more important than the reappearance of the war god of the 100 races. However, what he did not understand was why some of the Holy Emperor experts were so happy when he mentioned the war god. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. The Grand Elder's stern face immediately melted away from Changyang Qinyun's words. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. If it were before, the reappearance of the war god of the 100 races would obviously be a great problem for us, but the situation is different now. The seal beneath Mercenary City has been broken, so the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints can attack our Tian-Yuan continent at any time. Our Tian-Yuan continent is in dire need of strength right now, so the war god's sudden appearance at such a crucial time is obviously a joyous matter for us. What? The world of forsaken saints? Was what Grand Elder Tianjian said a few years ago true? Changyang Yuan Wuji was immediately surprised as he asked in disbelief. The expressions of Changyang Qingyun, Changyang Qingjuri, Changyang Qin Yunfeng, and Changyang Yuan Zhenghua all changed slightly when they heard that. They looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. They had heard about the matter of the seal beneath Mercenary City from Tianjian in the past, but it was just too exaggerated and too bizarre. None of them believed it. Could it be that it's true? Changyang Qingyun and the others all thought inside. Actually, when they mentioned that the war god of the 100 races had reappeared, they vaguely knew the answer from the expressions of the experts from the Holy Emperor. Everyone, time is short. Please visit Mercenary City right now and discuss the important matter. The Grand Elder invited them again. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City invited him again. Without saying anything else, he directly ripped open space and created a space gate before leaving. Afterwards, the 20-odd experts from the Holy Emperor who had come with the Grand Elder all created space gates and left as well. Changyang Qingyun and the others saw that everyone had left. After a moment of thought, they hurriedly handed over a few matters before closing the world gate to Changyang Prefecture. They ripped open a space gate and left, hurrying to Mercenary City. When they arrived in Mercenary City, they discovered that the city had been reduced to ruins with a single glance. Their hearts immediately sank slightly. They had never thought that something so major would happen on the Tianyuan continent in the few months they had been trapped in the miniature world. Changyang Qingyun and the others were invited into the miniature world of Mercenary City. The number of experts from the Holy Emperor gathered there rapidly increased. Mercenary City had already contacted the 10 protector clans, the 3 great empires, and many ancient clans to invite all the Holy Emperor experts on the Tianyuan continent. Even the human Holy Emperor who cultivated overseas had hurried over. All the experts from the Holy Emperor gathered there were rather heavy-hearted, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become rather oppressive. The news regarding the world of forsaken saints weighed on their chests like a boulder, suffocating them. Changyang Qingyun and the others naturally discovered Changyang Zhu Shao and Changyang Zhu Yunshao in the crowd. Their eyes seemed to spit fire. However, the 5 of them understood that this was not a suitable place to resolve the internal conflicts of their clans. At the same time, they had come into conflict with the Zhu branch over the saint's fruit. It was not a glorious matter, so Changyang Qingyun naturally did not wish for this matter to spread. As a result, he just closed his eyes and treated the 2 of them as if they did not exist. At this moment, a gentle, heavenly, and melodious sound of a zither suddenly rang out from outside. The sudden sound of the zither seemed to possess a boundless charm. It possessed a mysterious power, soothing the heavy hearts of all the experts from the Holy Emperor who heard it. The sound of the zither seemed to have erased all the worries and unhappiness of the Holy Emperor experts, silently allowing them to return to their normal states of mind. In the blink of an eye, the heavy atmosphere in the hall vanished. It was replaced by a light and lively atmosphere. All the experts from the Holy Emperor were greatly shocked when they sensed the change in their mental state. They all turned their heads toward the entrance and saw a tall, veiled woman in purple clothes leisurely walk in with a zither in her arms. This woman did not emit any aura at all. She looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. However, the aura she exuded was filled with nobility, holiness, and transcendence. She was like an otherworldly fairy. The woman's eyes were bright and captivating. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, it wasn't difficult to guess her beauty just by looking at her limpid eyes. What a peerless beauty! Why have I never heard of this woman's legend? At that moment, many of the experts from the Holy Emperor in the hall secretly sighed in amazement. At the same time, they all thought the same thing. Very few of them actually knew about the woman. That's strange. She's clearly not plucking the zither strings, but I can feel that the music is coming from her. Just how is this music produced? And how is she able to produce the music without using her hands or the zither? A holy emperor was filled with curiosity. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Even with his knowledge, he was unable to explain it. She's actually Hao Wu's daughter, known as the Heavenly Enchantress. I never thought that her way of the zither would have reached such an unfathomable level. She's actually able to affect the mind of the Holy Emperor. It's truly unbelievable, thought a well-dressed old man in the crowd. However, he soon sighed and became gloomy. The old man was the ancestor of the Tsar family, as well as Tsar Tsayun's great-grandfather. The Heavenly Enchantress steadily walked into the hall with her zither. She did not even glance at the experts of the Holy Emperor in the surroundings. She only looked at the elders of Mercenary City and bowed slightly. She gently said, "I've come to participate in the banquet of Mercenary City. Greetings to the elders of Mercenary City." It was obvious from the Heavenly Enchantress' tone that she respected the elders of Mercenary City. I never thought that Shangguan Mu would come to our Mercenary City so soon. I had thought it would take a few more days for you to arrive. What's even more unexpected is that in just a few decades, Shangguan Mu's comprehension of the way of the zither has reached such an unfathomable level. It's truly shocking, the Grand Elder of Mercenary City smiled. So it's you. As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, another loud voice rang out. Under Changyang Qingyun's lead, the 5 great elders of Changyang Prefecture all stood up. They all glared at the Heavenly Enchantress as they were furious. That's right, it's her. She was the one who secretly used her zither to make all the clansmen of Changyang Prefecture fall into a slumber, preventing us from casting down the Origin formation. Otherwise, why would our Changyang Prefecture have been sealed up by the 3 magical beasts? Changyang Qing Jury furiously said. Chapter 1281. All the Holy Emperor experts present were secretly shocked when they heard what the great elders of Changyang Prefecture had said. Their gazes toward the Heavenly Enchantress underwent a drastic change as well. Some of them even began to feel extremely fearful of her. Although they did not know the exact strength of the Heavenly Enchantress, she was actually bold enough to provoke even the Protector clans. At the same time, Changyang Qingyun and the others had revealed that the Heavenly Enchantress was the reason why Changyang Prefecture had been sealed. Just this alone was not something a regular person could do. The Holy Emperor elders of Mercenary City all became doubtful. A few of them were extremely familiar with the Heavenly Enchantress, but in their understanding, the Heavenly Enchantress definitely did not possess the ability to influence a powerful Protector clan. Changyang Qingyun, what's going on? Is there some misunderstanding between you and Shangguan Mu? The Grand Elder of Mercenary City asked in doubt. He also refused to believe that the Heavenly Enchantress possessed the strength to shake up a Protector clan. Perhaps it was because the Heavenly Enchantress' path of cultivation was different, but none of them could tell her strength. At the same time, the Heavenly Enchantress had concealed her presence, which made it even more difficult for them to see through her strength. As a result, the elders of Mercenary City still believed her to be a saint ruler. Changyang Qingyun stared at the Heavenly Enchantress with a sunken face. He gritted his teeth and said, "So you're called Shangguan Mu?" Afterward, Changyang Qingyun looked at the Grand Elder of Mercenary City and said with a pale face, "Back then, the traitor Jianshan and the 3 magical beasts attacked our Changyang Prefecture and then used a secret technique in an attempt to seal up the world gate of our miniature world. They wanted to trap everyone in Changyang Prefecture, but our Changyang Prefecture is a Protector clan that has existed for over 1,000,000 years. Our heritage is great, so even if the 3 magical beasts are no weaker than the Holy Emperor, it's still wishful thinking for them to seal up our Protector clan." Many of the Holy Emperor's experts present secretly nodded when they heard that. They all understood just how powerful the Protector clans were. Although the protector clans no longer produced any holy emperor experts, their heritage still existed. Even if a holy emperor personally came, he would not be able to gain anything. Sealing up the protector clans probably required several holy emperor experts working together. Just the three magical beasts, who were only at great perfection and possessed strength no weaker than the holy emperor through origin energy weapons and armor, were obviously unable to seal up the protector clans. Changyang Zhu Shao, Changyang Zhu Yun Shao, and the experts of the other protector clans all listened attentively. They all understood one thing. The protector clans basically all possessed the same heritage. They all possessed a powerful emperor armament, possessed 18 divine halls, and possessed a powerful origin formation that could kill holy emperor experts. Even if the 10 protector clans were not the opponents of 3 saint emperors, they would still be able to fend them off with such a great heritage. Sealing a protector clan was basically impossible because sealing a protector clan was much more difficult than defeating a protector clan. As a result, they were extremely curious about how the 3 magical beasts had sealed up Changyang Prefecture. Changyang Qingyun continued, "Afterwards, we activated the origin formation that could kill holy emperor experts in Changyang Prefecture. However, activating the formation required a process. Just when all the experts in Changyang Prefecture were activating the formation with all their might, a zither note that could attack the soul suddenly rang out. In just a short moment, everyone in Changyang Prefecture, except for a few holy emperor experts, fell unconscious. The activation of the origin formation failed, and coupled with the fact that the 5 of us were exhausted, the 3 magical beasts found an opportunity to seal up Changyang Prefecture." Changyang Qingyun, what did you say? The zither note made everyone in Changyang Prefecture fall unconscious, where even saint rulers couldn't resist it. A holy emperor questioned Changyang Qingyun as soon as he finished speaking. Changyang Qingyun nodded with a heavy face, "That's right. The soul attack in the zither note is extremely powerful. Only holy emperor experts can resist it." Everyone gasped. It was definitely one of a kind on the Tian Yuan continent to be able to achieve such a wondrous effect with just music. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City asked the heavenly enchantress, "Shangguan Mu'er, is what Changyang Qingyun said true? Were you really the one who secretly interfered back then?" The holy emperor elders from Mercenary City still refused to believe it because the heavenly enchantress definitely did not possess such an ability. Her mastery of the zither was indeed extremely great, but they refused to believe that even a 9th heavenly layer saint ruler could not resist it. The heavenly enchantress nodded slightly and admitted to her actions. She then looked at Changyang Qingyun and the others and said, "Are only you protector clans allowed to bully others on the Tian Yuan continent and no one else is allowed to bully you? If you want revenge, then this little girl will accept it." "Humph, what an ignorant girl. Do you really think you can reign supreme on the Tian Yuan continent just because you know a little about soul attacks? I'd like to properly experience your way of music today." Changyang Qingyun became furious and immediately bellowed out, "Changyang Qingyun, Shangguan Mu'er, our Tian Yuan continent is facing an even greater threat right now. Now's not the time for internal strife. It'll only weaken our strength." The Grand Elder of Mercenary City tried to persuade the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City tried his best to stop the battle. Changyang Qingyun was already a saint king at great perfection, so he did not believe that the heavenly enchantress was his opponent. Changyang Qingyun sneered. He had already secretly made up his mind to properly teach the heavenly enchantress a lesson. Just when he wanted to tell the Grand Elder that he would not harm the heavenly enchantress' life, the heavenly enchantress beat him to it. "Don't worry, Grand Elder. I know what I'm doing. I won't harm his life." The heavenly enchantress' voice was cold, but it was filled with great confidence. Changyang Qingyun's face stiffened. His pale face immediately became filled with killing intent. That was what he wanted to say, but he had never thought that the heavenly enchantress would be bold enough to say something so arrogant. Changyang Qing-yun immediately became furious when he thought about how he, a mighty holy emperor at great perfection, would be looked down upon by a young girl. All the experts gathered there froze. They all stared at the heavenly enchantress strangely. Many of them secretly thought, she actually dares to look down on a holy emperor at great perfection. Does she think she's the holy emperor? Even if her mastery of the zither is so great that she can easily make saint rulers lose their battle prowess, the soul of a holy emperor at great perfection is far more powerful than a saint ruler. The heavenly enchantress and Changyang Qing-yun immediately left the miniature world of Mercenary City. After the disturbance, all the experts of the Holy Emperor who had gathered to discuss the world of Forsaken Saints temporarily stopped their discussion. They all went out to watch. The battle between the heavenly enchantress who was skilled in musical attacks and the Holy Emperor at great perfection of the Protector clan was an extremely unique battle. It attracted everyone's interest. People who were skilled in soul attacks were as rare as phoenix feathers on the Tianyuan continent. The only expert among them was the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. However, the Path Lord's specialization was completely different from the heavenly enchantress way of music, so the people of the Tianyuan continent did not know much about it. It was perfect for them to use this battle to broaden their knowledge. 100 kilometers away from Mercenary City, the heavenly enchantress hovered in the air with her zither in her arms. She did not give off any energy at all, just like an ordinary person. However, the space around her pulsed in an undetectable manner. Changyang Qing-yun hovered before her emotionlessly. He wielded a slender sword that shone with a cold light. Energy surged from the sword, and the extremely powerful energy caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. Several hundred experts of the Holy Emperor gathered around the two of them. All of them hovered 10 kilometers away as they stared at the two of them. "Today, I will make you pay for your arrogance," Changyang Qing-yun coldly said. Changyang Qing-yun said coldly. With a jolt of his sword, it produced a clear thrum as a 10-meter-long sword chi shot toward the heavenly enchantress with lightning speed. The sword chi was like a streak of light as it gave off a shocking presence. Wherever it passed by, it would leave behind a clear, black crack. The heavenly enchantress remained as still as a mountain. She gently placed her slender fingers on the zither and plucked a string casually. Ding! With a clear sound, a visible sound wave shot out from the zither, heading toward Changyang Qing-yun's powerful sword chi. With a great boom, the inconspicuous sound wave collided with the 10-meter-long sword chi. The sound wave actually dispersed the shocking sword chi before continuing on without slowing down at all. It continued toward Changyang Qing-yun. Changyang Qing-yun's eyes suddenly narrowed. However, the sound wave moved extremely quickly, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, Changyang Qing-yun stabbed out with his sword. He had used 80% of his strength for the attack. When the long sword and the sound wave collided, a muffled sound rang out. The violent energy ripples tore the surrounding space apart, causing darkness to appear. The sound wave had been dispersed by Changyang Qing-yun's attack, but Changyang Qing-yun was not happy at all. Just a single sound wave had forced him to use 80% of his strength. The heavenly enchantress' strength had completely exceeded his expectations. "Let's see if you can block my Saint-tier battle skill," Changyang Qing-yun bellowed out. He immediately decided to use a Saint-tier battle skill in an attempt to end the battle quickly. "It's a pity that you no longer have the chance to use a Saint-tier battle skill," the heavenly enchantress coldly said. The heavenly enchantress coldly replied. She plucked the strings of the zither again and produced a crisp sound. The sound of the zither was like heavenly music to the ears of the spectating saint kings. Even though it was only a single sound, it was still enough to intoxicate them. However, the same sound exploded in Changyang Qing-yun's head like a thunderclap when he heard it. It caused his body to violently tremble, almost causing him to fall from the sky. The Saint-tier battle skill that he was about to use was forced to stop as well. Changyang Qingyun felt like the sound of the zither had turned into a huge hammer, viciously striking his soul. It made him dizzy and his consciousness blurred. He felt like his soul was about to shatter. The heavenly enchantress plucked the strings again, and another visible sound wave shot out. Before Changyang Qingyun could even react, the sound wave had pierced through his left chest and pulverized his heart in a single moment. Changyang Qingyun grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hazy consciousness finally began to clear up, and he immediately discovered that his heart had been destroyed. His face immediately paled. "If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead." The heavenly enchantress returned to her posture of holding her zither as she coldly stared at Changyang Qingyun. Changyang Qingyun became stunned. He became dejected. He knew that the heavenly enchantress was telling the truth. If she really wanted to kill him, the sound wave only needed to strike his soul, and he would definitely be wiped out. However, what he struggled to accept was that he, a mighty holy emperor at great perfection, had actually been defeated so easily. He did not even have the power to fight back before the heavenly enchantress. He did not even have the time to use Saint-tier battle skills and many other secret techniques. Impossible, this is impossible. Changyang Qingyun mumbled to himself in despair. He was unable to accept this reality. In the distance, the several hundred spectating holy emperor experts all looked at one another. All of them were filled with disbelief. This result was just far too unexpected. A great elder of a protector clan, a holy emperor at great perfection, was actually unable to withstand a single strike from the heavenly enchantress. Just what is her strength? Is she a holy emperor at great perfection? Or is she a holy emperor? Changyang Zhushao became dazed as shock filled his eyes. The ancestor of the Tsar family also became dumbfounded. He was unable to return to his senses for quite some time. Only after a while did he sigh at the sky. He thought, "Hao Wu is already powerful enough, but I never thought that his daughter would be even more terrifying than him. She defeated a holy emperor at great perfection so easily. Has Hao Wu's daughter already become a holy emperor? Is this really Shangguan Mu? How has she become so powerful in just a few decades? If it were me, I probably wouldn't be her opponent." The Grand Elder of Mercenary City was stunned by this as well. He was secretly astounded. Even the other elders beside him were the same. They all stared at the heavenly enchantress blankly, unable to say anything for quite some time. If Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu were present, they would definitely discover in shock that the heavenly enchantress had become much more powerful than when she fought against the protector clan of Changyang Prefecture. Chapter 1282. Changyang Qingyun's defeat was a great blow to the morale of the people of Changyang Prefecture. Changyang Qingyunfeng, Changyang Qingjuri, Changyang Yuan Wuji, and Changyang Yuan Jinghua all paled as they watched from afar. At that moment, the four of them felt like the world was spinning around them, as if it was about to collapse. Changyang Qingyun is the greatest expert of Changyang Prefecture, yet even he's not the heavenly enchantress opponent. He can't even last 3 moves against her. She's just too terrifying. She's not a saint ruler at all, Changyang Qingyunfeng thought to himself. Changyang Qingyunfeng thought. He was extremely shocked. The supreme strength the heavenly enchantress had displayed was enough to make them despair. The deathly silence lasted for a while before it was finally broken. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City exhaled deeply and loudly said, "Why don't we end the enmity between Shangguan Mu and the people of Changyang Prefecture here? Everyone, the battle has ended. Please return to the miniature world of Mercenary City and continue the meeting." With that, the experts of the Holy Emperor gathered there all returned. The heavenly enchantress did not say anything either, returning to the miniature world with everyone with her simple zither. In the end, only the 5 great elders of Changyang Prefecture remained. They all stood there in dejection. "Sigh, let's go as well," Changyang Yuan Zhenghua only sighed at the sky after quite a while. He turned around and left. What had happened today was no different from a slap to the face of the protector clan of Changyang Prefecture. Not only had they been humiliated, but it had also been a great humiliation to them. Changyang Qin Yun returned to his senses at this moment. Thinking about how he had boasted that he would teach the heavenly enchantress a lesson, he felt his face burn. He was tempted to find a hole to crawl into right now. He had completely humiliated himself with what had happened today. He was too ashamed to go back. At that moment, Changyang Qin Yun seemed to have aged. In just a few short months, the protector clan of Changyang Prefecture had been humiliated twice. This had never happened in the history of Changyang Prefecture. The Spirit King stood before the tunnel to the Tian Yuan continent with a metal sword on his back at the top of the world mountains in the world of Forsaken Saints. He stared at the tunnel that constantly rippled and distorted. Over 40 Origin Realm experts stood in a row behind the Spirit King. They stood there silently while a group of Holy Emperor experts stood behind them. The tunnel is constantly stabilizing. Holy Emperor experts can pass through it now. Holy Emperor will probably be able to enter in around 10 days, said the Spirit King. Spirit King, why don't we send a few Holy Emperor experts into the tunnel first to check out the situation on the other side and understand the exact strength of the other world? A young man at receival politely asked from behind the Spirit King. The Spirit King pondered for a while before nodding slightly. He said without even looking back, "Elders, return to the sacred hall immediately and select a few Holy Emperor experts at great perfection. Bring them here and let them scout the way." "Yes, sir." The 8 returnance experts behind the Spirit King replied in unison before leaving the top of the world mountains together. The top of the world mountains was extremely dangerous. Even receival experts would face danger there, so only returnance experts would be able to bring Holy Emperor experts up. The several hundred Holy Emperor experts gathered there had only been able to stand there safely because they had been protected by the Spirit King and the 8 returnance experts. However, even with that being the case, several Holy Emperor experts had died in the terrifying environment of the world mountains. Before long, the 8 returnance experts all returned. They each brought a few Holy Emperor experts at great perfection to the top of the world mountains. There were 50 of them in total. It was not that they did not want to bring more people, but great perfection Holy Emperor experts were nowhere near as strong as Holy Emperor experts. It was even more difficult for them to survive in the world mountains. They could only protect a few people with their strength. We greet the Spirit King. The 50 Holy Emperor experts all knelt on the ground and bowed. They were extremely polite. With his back to them, the Spirit King nonchalantly said, "This is a tunnel to another world. Go through this tunnel and check out the situation there. The strength of the other world is unknown, so you must be careful. If it's possible, you can try to negotiate with them." "Spirit King, what if the people of the other world attack us?" a returnance expert asked. "If they attack you, you can obviously fight back. However, I also know that you'll probably die if you go, so leave behind a portion of your soul in the soul jade before you enter the tunnel. Even if you die in the other world, we can use a secret technique to revive you. However, the price is that your strength will drastically decrease after you leave behind your soul. You'll need to cultivate again after you're revived." The Spirit King paused before continuing. "Of course, you don't need to worry. Once you're revived, the Sacred Hall will bestow upon you a batch of cultivation resources so that you can reach Saint Emperor in the shortest amount of time possible as compensation." The Spirit King took out a pile of jades from his space ring and distributed them to the 50 Great Perfection Holy Emperor experts. He said, "There should be experts guarding the entrance to the other world. If you can't defeat them, crush these jade. The power of space within the jades will send you to any place in the other world. However, you must remember that if they don't attack you, you can't harm them. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 50 paragons replied in unison. A returnance expert stepped forward and took out 50 pieces of black jade. He said, "These are soul jades. They can preserve your souls. Leave behind a small portion of your souls in the soul jades and then you can go." The 50 Holy Emperor experts all took out a soul jade and left behind a portion of their souls. After losing a portion of their souls, all of them became rather pale and weak. Afterward, they directly entered the tunnel to the Tian Yuan continent. The Spirit King and over 40 Origin Realm experts watched the group of Holy Emperor experts disappear into the tunnel. None of them left. They did not plan on sending the group to fight. Instead, they wanted to investigate the situation of the other world so that they could gain an understanding. As a result, they all understood that the Holy Emperor experts would probably all die before long. They would be revived through their souls in the Soul Jade and learn about the situation in the other world. Chapter 1283. Jianshan sat like a statue in the artifact space of the Xianhuang microcosm. He held the last 2 Class 9 monster cores in his hand. The sword spirits had already appeared above his head, assisting Jianshan in refining the energy within the monster cores so that he could reach the 4th layer of the chaotic body in the shortest amount of time possible. The 2 Class 9 monster cores in Jianshan's hands glowed with a hazy light. The pure and powerful energy within the monster cores, the pure energy within them was constantly being absorbed by Jianshan before being converted into chaotic force and fused with his chaotic Niden. Jianshan's chaotic Niden had already grown to the size of an adult's fist in his dantian. This was the limit of the 3rd layer of the chaotic body. The 2 Class 9 monster cores in Jianshan's hands shrank at a visible rate. With the assistance of the sword spirits, the energy within the monster cores flowed away at an astonishing rate. After several days of cultivation, Jianshan had already used up all the energy crystals he had obtained from the Xianhuang beasts as well as the Class 7 and 8 monster cores on him. At this moment, the 2 9th class monster cores in his hands were the only things he had left. When only a third of the energy within the 2 Class 9 monster cores had been absorbed, the chaotic Niden in Jianshan's dantian finally exploded with a boom. At that moment, chaotic force surged out like a flood, wildly surging out from the shattered chaotic Niden. Like a herd of wild horses, it wildly rampaged through Jianshan's body. Jianshan's body violently shook. At that moment, his body actually began to swell at a visible rate. He had actually become twice as large as before, as if he had become an inflated balloon. This was not the first time Jianshan had experienced something like this, so he immediately dismissed his thoughts. He calmed himself down and focused on circulating the chaotic force cultivation method recorded in the Azulite Sword Codex. He did everything he could to control the circulation of chaotic force in his body. Under Jianshan's familiar movements, the chaotic force in his dantian finally came under his control. It began to be compressed and purified, going from the initial 10 strands of chaotic force to 5 strands before compressing the 5 strands into 1 strand. Gradually, the chaotic force in Jianshan's dantian became more and more powerful and pure. As the chaotic force grew stronger, his body began to struggle to endure it. It began to be ravaged by the 4th layer chaotic force. Whether it was his organs or his flesh, they were all violently battered by the 4th layer chaotic force. Blood rapidly oozed from Jianshan's body. In just a short moment, he was covered in blood. Even his clothes were dyed red. Every droplet of blood pulsed with extremely powerful energy. Without a doubt, a single droplet of his blood was enough to kill a saint ruler. Jianshan's body constantly healed and was damaged by the chaotic force. However, every time his body was damaged by the 4th layer chaotic force, strands of 4th layer chaotic force would fuse with his body, causing it to become even more powerful. As his body gradually strengthened, he was able to endure the battering from the 4th layer chaotic force for a longer period of time. Chaotic force increased at the same time as the chaotic body. When the chaotic force reached a new level, his chaotic force would increase as well. His body would need to reach the same level as his strength, or his body would not be able to endure the sudden increase in chaotic force. Right now, Jianshan's chaotic force was increasing from the third layer to the fourth layer. The chaotic force from the fourth layer violently hammered his body. The advancement process lasted for an entire day before finally settling down. Jianshan's chaotic body had advanced from the third layer to the fourth layer in an extremely perfect manner. Both his chaotic body had improved rapidly, but the price he had to pay was that the fist-sized chaotic Niden in his dantian had shrunk to the size of a bean once again. There was not a lot of chaotic force left in it anymore. The blood on Jianshan's body did not coagulate. All the blood returned to his body through his pores. In the end, only his blood-red clothes remained on him. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. He silently sensed the chaotic body and chaotic force he had just broken through. Uncontainable joy filled his face as he murmured, "The Holy Emperor's 8th heavenly layer. The 4th layer of the chaotic body has allowed me to possess strength equivalent to the Holy Emperor's 8th heavenly layer, and I'm at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. I'm extremely close to the 9th heavenly layer. The 3rd layer of the chaotic body has allowed me to possess the battle prowess of the Holy Emperor's 3rd heavenly layer. With the Emperor armament, I can reach the 7th heavenly layer. I wonder what kind of battle prowess I can unleash with the Emperor armament now," Jianshan murmured to himself. Not only had his battle prowess increased by a lot, but his defense had also become extremely powerful. The 4th layer of the chaotic body could directly endure attacks from the Holy Emperor's 8th heavenly layer. As a matter of fact, if the Holy Emperor's 8th heavenly layer did not use a Saint-tier battle skill, they would not be able to injure him at all. Wounds. This was because the chaotic body was as powerful as chaotic force. Since the chaotic body could contain so much chaotic force, just the defense of the body was not something that the Holy Emperor's 8th heavenly layer could harm. They would not even be able to leave a scratch on his skin. Only those at the 9th heavenly layer could break through the defenses of the chaotic body and injure Jianshan a little. However, the damage would be almost negligible. My current body is probably not even as tough as Class 9 magical beasts, Jianshan thought. At the same time, he suddenly thought of something. If he could reach the 5th layer of the chaotic body, probably even regular holy emperors would not be able to harm him. I've already wasted quite a few days in reaching the 4th layer of the chaotic body. Time is extremely precious, so I need to gather some heavenly resources as soon as possible. I can't stay here any longer, Jianshan thought. Very soon, he suppressed his joy from breaking through. He changed into a set of clean clothes and went to visit the white tiger and Tai Ta. The white tiger was still sleeping. It had not completely digested the immortal tier heavenly resource it had ingested a few days ago, but Jianshan could clearly sense that the white tiger's strength was rapidly increasing. It was close to the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. Once I leave the Xianwang microcosm, the white tiger will probably become a Class 8 magical beast as well, Jianshan murmured to himself. The white tiger was an ancient divine beast, a winged tiger. It possessed a unique advantage, allowing it to devour heavenly resources without any restraint to increase its strength. If it were any other beast or human Saint Ruler, they probably would have exploded and died long ago. Even if they did not explode, there would be irreparable repercussions. Jianshan then went to visit Tai Ta. Tai Ta was still absorbing the energy crystals from the Xianwang beast. His strength had reached the level of the Holy Emperor's 7th heavenly layer. Aside from that, even newbies was cultivating. However, he did not increase his strength. Instead, he drank large amounts of water from the spring of life, ingesting the essence nurtured by the spring of life. He focused on refining his soul. The several dozen elites of the Flame Mercenaries did not sit around idly. They worked together with a few Class 7 magical beasts in the artifact space to craft crude wooden boxes out of the wood Jianchen had sent into the artifact space. Chapter 1284. Jianchen constantly searched for reconstruction gel along the way. He had already accumulated a large pile of it in the artifact space. The large ones were the size of an adult, while the small ones were only the size of a fist. Now Jianchen had completely fulfilled Poseidon's request. Whether it was the reconstruction gel or the essence of the springs of life, Jianchen had collected quite a lot of them. Before entering the Xianhuang microcosm, Jianchen had hoped that he could find what Poseidon needed as soon as possible so that he could leave as soon as possible so that he could continue absorbing the energy of the worldly ebb and cultivate. However, he was no longer in a hurry now. He wished that he could stay here a little longer. Half a day later, Jianchen found a rather large region of life once again. This time, he was in no hurry to find the heavenly resources. Instead, he stood at the edge of the region and radiated with a powerful presence. It crushed forward, enveloping the entire region. It was filled with provocation. Just as Jianchen's provocative presence expanded, a deafening roar rang out from the center of the region. With the gentle sound of something tearing through the air, a black figure shot toward Jianchen with lightning-like speed. Jianchen's eyes suddenly sharpened. He stared at the rapidly approaching black figure and thought, I just happened to be looking for a Class 9 Xianhuang beast to test my strength. I never thought that I would come across one so soon. Then, he lightly tapped his feet on the ground. His body floated backwards like a fallen leaf. His speed was extremely fast. In just a few seconds, Jianchen had retreated 20 kilometers with lightning-like speed. The Emperor armament silently appeared in his right hand as well. He constantly channeled chaotic force into the Emperor armament from afar, causing it to shine with a bright, black light. The destructive and violent presence it gave off was even denser than before. However, Jianchen soon frowned slightly. He glanced at the Emperor armament in his hand. He could clearly feel that when he channeled his chaotic force into the Emperor armament, it no longer gave him the same feeling as before. When his chaotic force was at the third layer, the Emperor armament was able to withstand it with ease. However, now that his chaotic force had reached the fourth layer, the Emperor armament was unable to withstand it at all. Not only did his chaotic force encounter some obstructions as soon as it entered the Emperor armament, it even slightly damaged the internal structure of the Emperor armament. Although the damage was not severe right now, it would gradually worsen with the number of times he used the Emperor armament. At the same time, it would affect his strength. Looks like the Emperor armament is no longer suitable for me. I need to forge the azulate swords as soon as possible. Only the azulate swords can endure chaotic force. Jianchen sighed inside. The Emperor armament that had accompanied him for quite some time was about to be eliminated. A furious roar rang out from up ahead. The Xianhuang beast that had emerged from the region pursued Jianchen relentlessly. Although the Xianhuang beast was not intelligent, it could still tell that Jianchen was trying to provoke it. The Xianhuang beast could not accept the fact that an insignificant existence was trying to provoke it. The Xianhuang beast did not charge at Jianchen in a hurry when it saw Jianchen stop. It stopped 100 meters away and stared at Jianchen with a vicious gaze. At this moment, Jianchen was able to see the appearance of the Xianhuang beast. It was completely black and 4 meters long. It seemed like a panther, but it had a small horn on its head and a pair of short, black wings on its back. Jianchen became rather stern. Even though his strength had increased, he still could not be careless against a Class 9 Xianhuang beast. Although the Xianhuang beast before him was nowhere near the size of the 2 crocodiles, it was much more powerful than the 2 crocodiles. Suddenly, Jianchen disappeared from where he was with a single movement. He aggressively charged at the panther with the Emperor armament in hand, attacking it first. The panther produced a deep roar and crouched down. Suddenly, it pushed off and shot out like an arrow. The short wings on its back unfurled slightly as well, increasing its speed by 30%. It charged at Jianchen much faster than Jianchen. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. The panther's speed had exceeded his expectations, but he did not become flustered at all. Just when he was about to come into contact with the panther, he made a strange turn and avoided the panther's frontal attack. He circled around it, and when they passed by each other, Jianchen's emperor armament stabbed into the panther's abdomen with lightning-like speed. At the same time, a black blur flashed before Jianchen's eyes. With a crisp slap, his chest had been struck by the panther's tail. His clothes were immediately ripped to shreds as he was blown away. Jianchen flew back over 50 meters before landing on the ground. He immediately felt a burning pain on his chest as a red mark had appeared there. Jianchen lowered his head to look at his chest. He was secretly shocked as he thought, if I hadn't reached the fourth layer of the chaotic body, my chest probably would have been ripped apart and injured from that. This Xianhuang beast is so powerful and has such quick reactions. It can actually react in such a short amount of time and use its tail to attack me. It's probably battle-hardened. Jianchen glanced at the panther again. He saw that he had created a meter-long wound on its abdomen that constantly dripped with blood. Looks like my full-powered stab is only as powerful as the Holy Emperor's great perfection. It might barely be as powerful as the Holy Emperor's. The increase in battle prowess from the Emperor armament is no longer as great as when it was in the third layer of the chaotic world. Jianchen sighed inside. The Emperor armament in his hand had become rather unwieldy. Roar! The panther produced a deep, furious roar before charging at Jianchen again as a black blur. It directly bit at Jianchen's head. It seemed even more valiant after being injured. Jianchen showed no fear. Strands of chaotic force surged out of his soybean-sized chaotic Niden, filling every inch of his body. He had pushed the fourth layer of chaotic force to its limit. This time, he did not choose to close his eyes. He began an intense battle with the panther with the Emperor armament. The Emperor armament shone with a black light. It had formed a dense net of swords in Jianchen's hand that enveloped the panther. The swords overlapped one another, enveloping the entire region. It was difficult to tell which was fake. Chapter 1285. A sliver of confusion appeared in the panther's eyes. It was unable to tell which of the densely packed sword images were real and which were fake. Sometimes it would feel like all the sword images were fake, and other times it would feel like all the sword images were real. The single-horned black panther could not sense the sword shadow, so it waved its claws wildly, creating gusts of fierce wind. Violent streams of energy shot out from its claws, sending the sand and pebbles on the ground flying. Jianchen focused all of his attention on controlling the Emperor armament. The Emperor armament weaved through the panther's claws, stabbing toward the two swords with lightning-like speed. However, just when the Emperor armament approached the panther's eyes, the panther seemed to sense it. It suddenly tilted its head to the side, barely dodging Jianchen's attack. However, the Emperor armament still left behind a deep gash on its neck. Blood immediately spurted out like a fountain. The panther became even more furious after being injured again and again. It roared at the sky as powerful energy began to gather in its mouth, quickly condensing into a head-sized ball of earthen yellow energy that shot toward Jianchen. At the same time, the short horn on its head began to glow with a faint yellow light. Just when Jianchen wanted to dodge the ball of energy, the horn on the panther's head suddenly shot out a faint yellow light that enveloped him. Immediately, Jianchen felt his body tighten. He had been immobilized by a mysterious force. Jianchen was shocked. He had seen many Xianhuang beasts in the past few days he had spent in the Xianhuang microcosm, but he had never seen one with such a wondrous ability. It could actually immobilize its opponent. Jianchen's chaotic force circulated wildly within him. Only after using all of his strength did he finally shatter the mysterious force around him. However, the delay allowed the ball of energy in the panther's mouth to strike Jianchen's chest. Boom! With a muffled boom, Jianchen was blasted far away, landing on the dry ground a few kilometers away. His chest was badly mutilated, and a few of his ribs were broken. Jianchen stood up from the ground with a flip. Even though his wounds seemed vicious and terrifying, they did not affect his battle prowess by much. As chaotic force circulated through his body, his broken ribs and wounds healed at a visible rate. The strength of the chaotic body was perfectly demonstrated at that moment. The one-horned black panther was stunned for a moment when it saw that Jianchen was still able to stand up as if nothing had happened to him after taking a blow from it. However, it quickly reacted and charged towards Jianchen. The yellow light on its horn began to flicker again. Jianchen stood there steadily, using the precious time to heal as quickly as possible. However, he stared at the short horn on the panther's head. He was extremely stern. Although the energy from the horn could only trap him for an extremely short amount of time, it was enough to turn the situation around. He could endure it once or twice, but if he was heavily injured too many times, he would struggle to endure it even with his chaotic force. After all, he was not enduring the Holy Emperor's attacks, but the Holy Emperor's attacks. Be careful, Master. That's an innate ability of some Xianhuang beasts. There aren't a lot of Xianhuang beasts with innate abilities in the Xianhuang microcosm, but every single one of them is basically invincible among those of the same level of strength. All you need to do is dodge the moment the innate ability is used. The Ziying's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen was secretly amazed when he heard that. He said, I never thought that Xianhuang beasts would actually have an innate ability. I wonder how many times it can use it. Jianchen had already sensed that the panther had become rather exhausted after using the innate ability once. With the assistance of the sword spirits, Jianchen had already found the minute changes that occurred when the Xianhuang beast used the innate ability, allowing him to successfully dodge the second attack. At the same time, the Emperor armament added a few more wounds to the panther's body. The bodies of Class 9 Xianhuang beasts were just far too tough. Jianchen was unable to pierce through their bodies with his current strength. He could only stab 3 inches deep. At the same time, the Xianhuang beast possessed strands of Xianhuang qi, so even if Jianchen channeled his chaotic force into the Xianhuang beast, the damage he could inflict on it was extremely limited. The panther used its innate ability 3 times in a row. Aside from the first time, it failed to hit Jianchen the other 2 times, so it just stopped using its innate ability. It engaged in an intense battle with Jianchen using its tough body. The powerful ripples of energy from their battle caused the surroundings to become a mess. Gradually, the wounds on Jianchen and the panther rapidly increased. They were completely covered in blood. During this time, Jianchen had tried to blind the panther's eyes several times, but not only was the panther much more powerful than the 2 crocodiles he had encountered, but its reflexes and agility were far greater than the 2 crocodiles. At the same time, the panther had experienced countless battles, so its battle experience was extremely rare among Xianhuang beasts. As a result, the panther would narrowly dodge every time Jianchen stabbed at it. The vitality of Xianhuang beasts was extremely great. Although Jianchen was unable to kill the panther in a short amount of time, it was only a matter of time. Suddenly, a sliver of insight flashed through Jianchen's head. Jianchen's eyes immediately became rather dazed, and he slowed down as well. At that moment, he felt like he had grasped something, but the feeling was like he was looking at a flower through a haze. It was hazy and he could not see it clearly. Being suddenly distracted during battle was fatal to any expert. The panther immediately arrived before Jianchen during that moment of distraction. It opened its mouth and bit at Jianchen. Chapter 1286. Jianchen still had not woken up. He instinctively swung the chopstick-sized white light in his hand, heading straight for the panther's head. With a slashing sound, the beam of white light cut into the panther's head. With the center of the panther's forehead as the center, it almost cut its entire head in half. Roar! The panther produced a painful cry and immediately became haggard. However, its body still heavily slammed into Jianchen due to inertia. Jianchen staggered back a few steps. He had also awakened from the wondrous state from the panther's collision. A sliver of confusion appeared in his eyes, but they soon sharpened. Bang! A heavy thud rang out from beside Jianchen's feet. The panther had collapsed on the ground and was struggling in pain. The huge wound on its head was a shocking sight. Its central nervous system had been severely injured. Although it was not dead yet, it was on the brink of death. Jianchen did not hesitate at all when he saw this. He immediately stabbed the emperor armament in his hand into the panther's head, piercing through the wound and completely destroying its central nervous system. The panther's body suddenly froze before slowly softening, as if it had lost all its strength. It no longer moved as it lay on the ground. Jianchen removed an energy crystal from the panther's body and casually tossed its corpse into the artifact space. He then sank into his thoughts. Master, I never thought that you would touch upon sword origin again, and it's even deeper than before. I even suspect that Master will be able to comprehend sword origin as soon as you possess a weapon that can be used to dual cultivate with you. Ziying's praising voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Her voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. This only means that Master is extremely suited for the path of the way of the sword. It's extremely difficult for other sword cultivators to comprehend the first realm of the way of the sword. There are even very few people who can comprehend the first realm of the way of the sword as golden immortals. Most people can only comprehend sword origin after reaching Daluo Golden Immortal or Xian Immortal. If Master can forge the azulate swords, he'll definitely be able to comprehend the way of the sword below Heavenly Immortal and reach sword origin. With Master's talent, he might even reach the fifth realm of the way of the sword and become a new sword god, Qing Suo said excitedly. He was filled with hope for Jianchen's future. Jianchen roused from his thoughts after hearing what the sword spirits had said. He knew that he had just touched upon the first realm of the way of the sword again. It was exactly the same as when he was in the City of God. He had suddenly touched upon this barrier without even realizing it. However, perhaps because he did not possess a weapon that could be used to dual cultivate with him, he was unable to grasp sword origin even after touching upon it twice. He could only unleash a single attack. Once he awakened from that state, he would not be able to enter it again. There were still many things that obstructed him from reaching this realm. Ziying Qing Suo, can you tell me about the divisions of strength in the Immortals world? I'm completely confused by the Heavenly Immortals, Golden Immortals, Daluo Golden Immortals, and so on, Jianchen said rather gloomily. Ziying and Qing Suo remained silent for a while before Qing Suo said, Master, the divisions of strength in our Immortals world are Human Immortals, Earthly Immortals, Heavenly Immortals, Golden Immortals, Daluo Golden Immortals, Xian Immortals, 9 Heavens Xian Immortals, Immortal Monarchs, Immortal Emperors, and Immortal Exalts. Human Immortals and Earthly Immortals are not considered immortals. Human immortals are equivalent to saints and heaven saint masters on the Tianyuan continent, while earthly immortals are equivalent to saint rulers, holy emperors, and holy emperors on the Tianyuan continent. Only heavenly immortals above the earthly immortals are true immortals. Jianchen was confused when he heard that. He murmured, Earthly immortals are equivalent to saint rulers, holy emperors, and holy emperors. Only those who surpass the holy emperors are heavenly immortals, so what's up with the origin realm? Master, I was talking about the divisions of strength in our immortals world. The origin realm is the strength system of the saints' world. The saints' world is on the same level as our immortals world, but we are enemies. In the saints' world, there are a total of 5 major realms of strength, which are the mortal realm, sainthood, origin realm, godhood, and primordial realm. The mortal realm is equivalent to the human immortals of our immortals world, ranging from saints to heaven saint masters. The sainthood is equivalent to saint rulers, holy emperors, and holy emperors on the Tian Yuan continent. The origin realm is also divided into 3 realms, which are receival, returnance, and reciprocity. The godhood is equivalent to deity, god, overgod, and divine king. The final primordial realm is infinite primordial, chaotic primordial, and grand primordial. The immortal exalts of our immortals world are equivalent to grand primes of the saints' world, immortal emperors are equivalent to chaotic primes, and immortal monarchs are equivalent to infinite primes. Master, do you still remember the Amagami you obtained from the divine hall of the 8 wastelands? The Amagami is the famed treasure of the demon monarch of the demon's world, the celestial demon saint. Whether it's in the demon's world or the immortal's world, the celestial demon saint has attracted the attention of many large organizations. This is not only because of the celestial demon saint's talent, but also because he's extremely powerful. He actually fought an immortal emperor for 4 hours as a peak immortal monarch. Although he lost in the end, this matter has shaken up the entire immortals world and demons world. This is because the difference in strength between immortal monarchs and immortal emperors is extremely great in our immortals world. Even god artifacts can't make up for the difference. There are very few people who can take on an immortal emperor as an immortal monarch, yet the celestial demon saint has done it. Qing Sua let out a long sigh when he reached there. His face became rather gloomy. Back then, even Old Master paid some attention to the celestial demon saint. Old Master even said that the celestial demon saint would become a demon emperor soon, equivalent to an immortal emperor in the immortals world. She even had a chance of becoming a demon sovereign in the future. Unfortunately, when we saw the celestial demon saint again, she was already dead. Her famed treasure, the Amagami, ended up here for some reason, and the artifact spirit of the Amagami has yet to disperse. So the celestial demon saint actually has such a great background. Jianshan was secretly shocked. The celestial demon saint's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. At the same time, Jianshan understood that he was already an expert on the Tian Yuan continent, but he was nothing in the immortals world or the saints' world. Xing, Qing Sua, are there any experts who have surpassed grand primes and immortal exalts? Jianshan suddenly asked out of curiosity. This time, the sword spirits shook their heads without any hesitation. Xing firmly said, "There has never been in existence who has surpassed immortal exalts. However, there is one person who has reached the furthest level of immortal exalt. He is the Nirvanic immortal exalt." The Nirvanic immortal exalt's strength had already reached the limits of immortal exalts back then. You could say that he had surpassed immortal exalts, but he still remained an immortal exalt. He was at the very peak of that level of cultivation. Coupled with his 4 Nirvanic swords, he was without a doubt the strongest person in the immortals world. Although Old Master and the Nirvanic immortal exalt were both grand exalts of the immortals world, even Old Master was weaker than the Nirvanic immortal exalt in terms of strength. The Nirvanic immortal exalt is actually so powerful. Jianshan was greatly shocked. He could not help but think of Ada and the others he had encountered in the Sea of Despair. The 4 of them cultivated the cultivation method of the Nirvanic immortal exalt, but it seemed to be incomplete. Unfortunately, the Nirvanic immortal exalt, who was known as the strongest in the immortals world, was not the opponent of the warring gods. He died in the battle against the Grand Prime of the warring gods, having his soul wiped out by a single swing of the warring god's axe. Sigh. Xing sighed. He felt rather sorrowful. The mighty strongest expert of the immortals world had actually suffered such a miserable fate. Is the Grand Prime of the warring gods really that powerful? Even the strongest in the immortals world, the Nirvanic immortal exalt, was not his opponent? Jianshan immediately asked. He could not help but think of Taita because Taita was also a warring god. However, he had not matured yet, so he was far from being a grand prime. Master, the warring gods were born from the world. They are blessed by the heavens, so their battle prowess is extremely great. No one at the same level of cultivation is their opponent. Not only are warring gods who have reached the peak of Grand Prime invincible in the saints' world, but they are the same in the immortals' world and the demons' world. Probably only the chaotic body can contend against them, but there has never been a chaotic body that has reached the level of immortal exalt. However, the Grand Prime of the warring gods was heavily injured in the battle against the nirvanic immortal exalt, which was why Old Master killed him. Ziying's voice was filled with helplessness. After some thought, Jianshan asked, Ziying, I remember you telling me in the past that the chaotic body in the immortals world is split into 4 levels, which are the minor achievement, partial achievement, major achievement, and perfection. The 1st to 6th levels are the minor achievement, the 7th to 12th levels are the partial achievement, and the 13th to 18th levels are the major achievement. Is the major achievement equivalent to an immortal exalt? Correct. The great perfection of the chaotic body corresponds to the immortal exalt level of the immortals world. The great perfection of the chaotic body has never appeared before. No one has ever cultivated the chaotic body to the great perfection. However, if you cultivate chaotic force to the peak of major achievement, you will possess battle prowess no weaker than immortal exalt. However, it's only equivalent to regular immortal exalt. It's still nowhere close to the level of the 5 grand exalts, Ziying said. Jianshan fell silent when he heard that. He thought, no one has actually reached the great perfection of the chaotic body. Will I be stuck here in the future? Afterward, Jianshan asked about other matters before ending his conversation with the sword spirits. He arrived in the region guarded by the panther and collected many immortal tier heavenly resources. However, to his surprise and joy, he actually discovered a violet cloud peach tree. It was of the 2nd grade, and a single peach could increase his cultivation by 1,000 years. After collecting all the precious items, Jianshan immediately entered the artifact space. He got the artifact spirit to find a random place to hide while he dug a pit in the artifact space. He used a metal container to fill it up with water and began to boil it. After rummaging through his space ring, he took out an exquisite tea set in the end. He had no idea which holy emperor he had killed had left the tea set in his space ring. Master, what are you doing? The Ziying Qing So asked in confusion as he watched Jianshan's actions. Jianshan sat in front of the pit and focused on boiling the water. He said seriously, I want to make tea and use the comprehension tea leaves to comprehend sword origin. Master, it's impossible for you to comprehend the first realm of the way of the sword origin, if you don't have the swords to cultivate with. There's no need for you to be in such a hurry. Once you forge the azulate swords, you'll comprehend the first realm of the way of the sword very quickly. The 2 sword spirits had existed for countless years, but they had never heard of anyone who could comprehend sword origin without the swords to cultivate with. Even though Jianshan had touched upon this realm twice, they still did not believe that Jianshan could comprehend it now. I don't think anything is absolute. I've already reached sword origin twice. Although I haven't grasped it yet, I do have a vague understanding of this realm. My chaotic body has reached the 4th layer. My strength has increased drastically, but it's still rather difficult for me to deal with a few more powerful Class 9 Xianwang beasts. I can only kill them easily by borrowing the power of the way of the sword. For the sake of making it even further in the Xianwang microcosm, I have to try regardless of whether I succeed or not, Jianshan said firmly. He had already made up his mind about trying. Chapter 1287. The Comprehension Tea Leaf was an immortal tier heavenly treasure, so it obviously could not be brewed using normal spring water. Otherwise, not only would the effects of the tea leaf decrease, but its quality would decrease as well. Jianshan used the spring of life to brew tea, which was perfect for him. Not only could it completely unleash the effects of the tea leaf, but it could also amplify the effects to a certain extent. The pot of spring of life turned into boiling water very soon. Jianchen grabbed the hot pot with his bare hands and placed an entire leaf into a cup. He began to brew the tea meticulously. The leaf began to slowly dissolve in the boiling spring of life. In the end, the entire leaf completely disappeared, fusing into the boiling spring of life. It made the spring of life even brighter. The heat it emitted carried a mysterious aura of the Grand Tao. Jianchen inhaled deeply and immediately felt his head become empty. He had never felt so clear-headed before. If it were not for the fact that the Xianhuang microcosm was different from the outside world and did not possess the mysteries of the world, Jianchen even suspected that he would have broken through the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler and reached the level of Holy Emperor without his control. He would have grasped the ability to create space gates. Jianchen knew that the tea could not be brewed for too long. Without waiting for the tea to cool down, he directly drank it all in one gulp. At that moment, Jianchen felt a refreshing sensation rise up from his stomach. It entered his head and fused with his soul in the end. Immediately, Jianchen felt like he was hallucinating. At that moment, all the laws of the world seemed to be presented before him. He felt like he had seen through the veins of the world and understood all the mysteries of the world. Jianchen knew that this was not real. He quickly dismissed his thoughts and focused all of his attention on comprehending the way of the sword. Jianchen entered a meditative state and sealed off his senses. He no longer paid attention to the outside world. However, the sword spirits stared at Jianchen nervously. Qing Su asked in concern, "Ziying, do you think Master can really comprehend the laws of the sword? In the long river of history, no one has ever been able to comprehend the Tao of the sword with his strength below that of a gold immortal." Ziying shook her head. "Although you and I don't believe that Master can comprehend the way of the sword and reach sword origin before forging the azulate swords, don't forget that Master's affinity with the way of the sword is extremely high. He has touched upon the boundary of sword origin twice as an earthly immortal, and the second time he touched upon it even more deeply. He was even able to unleash 80% of the power of sword origin. With the addition of the comprehension tea, even if Master can't reach sword origin, he will still benefit greatly. He might even be able to comprehend sword origin. If Master really can comprehend sword origin this time, becoming a sword god is inevitable. He might even become a sword god much earlier than we predicted," Qing Sua said. Ziying nodded. "Chaos gives birth to yin and yang, and the fusion of yin and yang leads to chaos. You and I have always been born from yin and yang, so the azulate swords are the only weapons suitable for chaotic force. Once Master refines the azulate swords and Master's comprehension of the way of the sword, no one at the same level will be Master's opponent. You'll even be able to kill those at a higher level with ease. If Master comprehends the 5th realm, Sword God, he might be able to rival Grand Exalts with his peak chaotic body." In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Jianchen roused from his meditation. His eyes shone brightly as joy filled his face. Although he had not reached the 1st realm of the way of the sword during the 3 days of comprehension, his comprehension of sword origin had become deeper and deeper. His understanding of the realm rapidly deepened, benefiting him greatly. Without any hesitation, Jianchen immediately used the spring of life to boil another pot of water. He brewed a second leaf of comprehension tea and continued to comprehend sword origin. Jianchen also used 3 days to comprehend the second time. 3 days later, he roused again and immediately brewed a third leaf of comprehension tea. On the 3rd day after Jianchen drank the 3rd leaf of comprehension tea, just when the sword spirits believed that Jianchen was about to awaken, Jianchen's presence suddenly changed. At that moment, his presence became sharp, slowly revolving around him like extremely sharp blades. Although the presence was invisible, everyone could sense its sharpness. In the next moment, strands of white light as thin as threads and as long as fingers condensed in the air. They slowly revolved around Jianchen. Every single strand of white light was filled with pure and condensed sword qi. These strands of sword qi were completely different from regular sword qi. Regular sword qi were condensed from energy, but the strands of sword qi around Jianchen were not condensed from energy at all. They were clearly different. This is sword origin. Master has actually succeeded. The sword spirits stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Disbelief filled their faces. The myth that an immortal sword without life cannot reach sword origin has been broken today. Not only does the person who broke this myth not have life to cultivate the immortal sword, he's not even a heavenly immortal. He's still an earth immortal. If this matter were to spread to the immortals world, it would be enough to shake up the entire immortals world. Qing So murmured. She stared at Jianchen in a daze. Her face was filled with many different emotions. Excitement, joy, disbelief, and so on all appeared on her face. At this moment, the strands of sword qi that slowly revolved around Jianchen began to slowly gather in front of him. In the end, they fused together and condensed into a small sword that was only a meter long. It shone with an even more resplendent light, and the sword qi became even sharper. Jianchen's eyes remained closed, but he had already slowly raised his right hand. He gently grasped the small sword that was completely condensed from sword qi. At that moment, he seemed to have completely fused with the small sword. The small sword seemed to have become his arm, a part of his body. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. They were filled with calmness. He focused on the pure sword qi in his hand. He showed no sorrow or joy, but he had comprehended something. Only after a long while did he murmur to himself, "So this is what the way of the sword is like. I've finally understood the way of the sword and reached sword origin." As he said that, Jianchen slowly let go of his hand. The pure sword qi dispersed into the air, turning into nothingness. "Congratulations, Master! You've actually comprehended the way of the sword and reached the first realm of the way of the sword, sword origin." The sword spirits all congratulated him. They were all filled with joy, feeling happy for Jianchen from the bottom of their hearts. Jianchen stood up and smiled happily. He said, "The way of the sword is a form of laws. The sword qi condensed from the comprehension of the way of the sword is also the power of laws. It's extremely powerful, incomparable to the sword qi I condensed from energy in the past. Using the way of the sword against enemies is the same as using laws against enemies. Master, laws are what the world of forsaken saints calls them. In our immortals world we call them the way," Ziying corrected him. He was born in the immortals world, so he obviously liked to hear the general name of the immortals world. Jianchen chuckled. He did not dwell on this topic with the sword spirit. He said, "I've already used 9 days to comprehend the way of the sword this time. There's less and less time left, so I need to leave. I think killing Class 9 Xianhuang beasts shouldn't be too difficult with my current strength." Chapter 1288. Tai Ta continued to cultivate, but since absorbing the energy crystals of Xianhuang beasts was much easier than absorbing monster cores, Tai Ta's strength increased extremely quickly. Jianchen could basically sense Tai Ta's strength increasing at all times every day. Jianchen did not disturb Tai Ta. He left the artifact space alone and made his way through the boundless, desolate plains of the Xianhuang microcosm. Thanks to the guidance of the sword spirits, with the help of the spirit swords, Jianchen did not get lost in the Xianhuang microcosm. He maintained a straight line the entire time. A day later, the shadow of a huge mountain range appeared in Jianchen's vision. From afar it seemed like a huge dragon crouching on the ground. The winding mountain range was extraordinarily steep. Even from so far away, Jianchen could clearly sense a tremendous presence radiating from the mountain range. The mountain range seemed very close, but it was still extremely far away from Jianchen. Jianchen traveled several hundred kilometers before finally arriving at the foot of the mountain range. Immediately, Jianchen felt like he was facing the world. The huge mountain range made Jianchen feel like he was facing a boundless world. It was filled with a tremendous presence, and he seemed like a puny ant before it. This was not just a difference in size, but a difference in presence as well. The mountain range was tens of thousands of meters tall and tens of thousands of kilometers long. He could not see the end of it with a single glance. The peak of the mountain range was hidden within the hazy, yellow clouds. The mountain range was completely red. It was filled with various fiery red plants and gave off dense fire-attributed energy. The energy was so vast that it was something that Jianchen had never seen before. At the same time, there were strands of Xianhuang Qi mixed in with the fire-attributed energy. This is the elemental mountain range. The elemental mountain range is a natural barrier in the Xianhuang microcosm. The entire elemental mountain range is a circle that surrounds the center of the Xianhuang microcosm. As long as you make it past the elemental mountain range, you'll reach the center of the Xianhuang microcosm. Ziying's illusionary figure appeared above Jianchen's head as she stared at the huge mountain range. With that, Qing Suo appeared as well. He stared at the elemental mountain range and said, "There are quite a few heavenly resources of the 5 elements in the elemental mountain range, and the Xianhuang beasts that guard them are not weak. There are no Xianhuang beasts that are weaker than the Holy Emperor. There might even be 1 or 2 heavenly immortal beasts that appear from time to time. As a result, Master must be careful in the elemental mountain range. There is a qualitative difference between Earth immortals and heavenly immortals. With Master's strength, dealing with peak Earth immortal Xianhuang beasts will be no problem, but once you come across heavenly immortal Xianhuang beasts, it will be difficult." Jianchen became rather stern. On the Tianyuan continent, heavenly immortal Xianhuang beasts were existences that surpassed the Holy Emperor. After reaching Sword Origin, Jianchen no longer feared Class 9 Xianhuang beasts, but he did not have much confidence in dealing with Xianhuang beasts that had surpassed the Holy Emperor. Jianchen set foot in the elemental mountain range. He had entered the fire-attributed region, so all the plants in the surroundings were a demonic red. As they swayed gently, they seemed like tiny flames that leapt about happily. As he ventured deeper, the temperature in the surroundings rapidly rose. The plants in the elemental mountain range were not regular plants, but they were not heavenly resources either. They were not very valuable, but there were many heavenly resources hidden within them. "Master, there's a stalk of scorching fire grass 3 kilometers to your left. Not only can people who cultivate fire-attributed cultivation methods increase their cultivation speed, but they can also purify their immortal energy." 15 minutes later, the sword spirits discovered a heavenly resource hidden in the weeds and immediately informed Jianchen. Jianchen immediately arrived there and carefully dug out a plant that resembled a small blade of grass. The scorching fire grass was only the size of a palm and seemed very ordinary. It was so red that it almost dripped blood, and it possessed extremely dense fire-attributed energy. First grade of the immortal tier. Jianchen recognized the grade of the scorching fire grass with a single glance. He had seen quite a few immortal tier heavenly resources in the Xianhuang microcosm, so he had naturally developed a discerning eye for identifying heavenly resources. The scorching fire grass was clearly not a particularly valuable heavenly resource, so there were no Xianhuang beasts guarding it. Jianchen left after harvesting it and continued his search. "Master, there's another flamecloud fruit tree up ahead. It's already at the 4th grade," Qing Suo's voice rang out before long. Jianchen did indeed find a flamecloud fruit tree under Qing Suo's guidance. It was clearly much larger than the one before. There were thumb-sized fruits on it that shone with a faint red light, as if flames were leaping about. However, 2 Class 9 Xianhuang beasts lay there lazily beside the flamecloud fruit tree. They seemed like foxes and were completely fire-red. They were relatively small, only the size of an adult. However, they had the heads of tigers and were abnormally vicious. Their eyes shone with a vicious light. They discovered Jianchen at the same time that he discovered them. They immediately stood up and growled as they slowly made their way toward Jianchen. Their limbs were powerful, and their claws were long and sharp. They flickered with an icy light. Jianchen pulled out the Emperor armament out of habit from his space ring. His mind was blank, having already reached sword origin. He swung his sword at one of the beasts from 50 meters away. Jianchen's strike seemed to have activated some sort of presence in the world. It seemed like a simple strike, but it seemed to contain some sort of supreme power. The strike shone brightly, causing the surroundings to dim. An extremely resplendent, snow-white streak of light shot out with lightning speed, heading toward the Class 9 Xianhuang beast. The eyes of the Class 9 Xianhuang beast suddenly narrowed as fear filled its face. It could sense just how terrifying the streak of light was. It wanted to dodge, but it discovered that it could not do so no matter what. As a result, it swung its claws as hard as it could in an attempt to rip the incoming streak of light to pieces. Spurt! The sharp claws of the Xianhuang beast collided with the streak of light. Its two front claws were neatly severed, but the silver streak of light weakened slightly with the obstruction. In the end, it viciously struck the Xianhuang beast's head. A deep wound immediately appeared on the Xianhuang beast's head. Blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing its entire head red very quickly. Chapter 1289. The Class 9 Xianhuang beast's eyes suddenly narrowed as fear filled its face. It could sense just how terrifying the sword light was. It wanted to dodge, but it discovered that it could not do so no matter what. As a result, it swung its claws as hard as it could in an attempt to rip the incoming sword light to pieces. Spurt! The sharp claws of the Class 9 Xianhuang beast came in contact with the sword light, and its two front claws were neatly severed. However, the silver-white sword light became slightly weaker after being obstructed. In the end, it viciously landed on the beast's head. A deep wound immediately appeared on the Xianhuang beast's head. Blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing its entire head red very quickly. The other Class 9 Xianhuang beast could not help but stop when it saw its companion injured in a single clash. It stared at Jianchen in fear as it began to consider retreating. Although these Xianhuang beasts were not intelligent, their instincts still made them feel an innate fear when facing existences more powerful than them. Jianchen was clearly stunned when he saw how he had injured a Class 9 Xianhuang beast so effortlessly. After reaching sword origin, the increase in his strength had completely exceeded his expectations. However, he soon ravished with joy inside. He understood that Class 9 Xianhuang beasts were no longer a threat to him. The powerful defenses that Xianhuang beasts possessed were probably only a little tougher than tofu to him now. At this moment, the resplendent white light flickered once again as Jianchen swung out with the Emperor armament once again. An extremely pure and powerful sword qi swept toward the heavily injured Xianhuang beast. It seemed like an ordinary strike, but it contained the endless mysteries of the way of the sword. It was as if it was not a sword qi but a law of the world, a way of the world. The second strand of sword qi entered the wound on the Xianhuang beast's head, cleaving it in half. The sword qi did not slow down at all, moving on to its neck and the small body behind it. In the end, half of the Xianhuang beast's body had been cleaved in half by Jianchen's second strand of sword qi. Only the other half remained connected. It then lay on the ground without moving. Its central nervous system had been pulverized by the brutal sword qi, and its tremendous life force flowed away at an unbelievable rate. The other Class 9 Xianhuang beast was stunned by this as well. When it saw its companion slain so quickly, it also realized that the invader was so powerful that it could not stop him. It immediately produced a frightened roar and turned around to flee into the distance. A Class 9 Xianhuang beast was equivalent to a Class 9 monster core. Class 9 monster cores were extremely precious items on the Tianyuan continent, so how could Jianchen allow the Xianhuang beast to escape from him? He immediately used the illusory flash and chased after it in a series of blurs. Chaotic force surged out, causing the Emperor armament to shine with a black light. It radiated with a violent presence of destruction. A snow-white streak of light silently appeared on the surface of the Emperor armament, radiating with an extremely powerful sword chi. The silver-white streak of light and the streak of light from chaotic force intertwined on the Emperor armament. They actually seemed like they were about to fuse, but they were clearly much more powerful than Jianshan's previous two attacks. The Class 9 Xian Huang beast was frightened out of its wits when it sensed the terrifying presence behind it. It fled even faster, but as soon as it sped up, it felt a powerful presence lock onto it. The familiar red world before it vanished, replaced by snow-white. Spurt! Jianshan's Emperor armament shot out a 10-meter-long streak of black and white light that struck the Xian Huang beast from behind. It had almost cleaved the beast in half with only a fifth of its body still connected. The Class 9 Xian Huang beast no longer had the ability to flee after being so heavily injured. It collapsed on the ground and only stopped after sliding for several kilometers due to the inertia. It let out a painful cry. Jian Chun slowly made his way to the Xian Huang beast with the Emperor armament in hand. The beast was still alive, but it was still alive. It was still alive, but it had completely lost the ability to fight. It did not even have the ability to stand up due to its heavy injuries. Jianshan stabbed the Xian Huang beast's head and destroyed its central nervous system, completely ending its life. He removed a Class 9 energy crystal from its body with great familiarity before tossing the corpse into the artifact space. Afterward, Jianshan returned to where he had been before. He stowed away the corpse of the other Xian Huang beast before beginning to harvest the flame cloud fruit. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since Jianshan had entered the elemental mountains. It had to be mentioned that the elemental mountains were extremely large. Jianshan had remained in there for 5 whole days, but he still had not made it out of the fire-attributed land even with his speed. However, during that time, Jianshan had collected quite a few heavenly resources. Without any exception, all of them were of the fire attribute. He even came across over a dozen Class 9 and Class 9 Xian Huang beasts, which were all slain by Jianshan. He obtained over a dozen energy crystals that were equivalent to Class 9 monster cores. There were indeed no Xian Huang beasts below Class 9 in the elemental mountains. All of them were at Class 9, but there were far fewer of them than he had imagined. There were so many of them that every single Class 9 Xian Huang beast was scattered extremely far away. They each had their own territory and guarded a few extraordinarily precious heavenly resources. After 5 days of trekking, Jianshan had already climbed to a height of over 100,000 meters. Less than 300 meters above his head was a layer of yellow clouds. The clouds were clearly no ordinary clouds. Jianshan was unable to see through them with his eyesight, and he could sense even denser Xian Huang qi within them. However, he was unable to absorb it no matter what. He could not even take away a single strand of Xian Huang qi. Many of the peaks of the elemental mountains had already reached into the clouds, so it was impossible to see just how tall they were. Jianshan locked onto the peaks that reached into the clouds and continued to climb. As he went deeper and deeper, the surrounding fire-attributed energy became even more abundant. He knew that the closer he got to the top, the higher the quality of the heavenly resources he would encounter. Chapter 1290. The temperature in the surroundings rose higher and higher as a faint, yellow mist permeated the surroundings. Jianshan had already entered the thick layer of clouds, so his vision was greatly affected. His visibility was extremely low, and the suppression on his soul was becoming more and more severe. At this moment Jianshan suddenly froze. With a single movement, he appeared over 10 meters away as if he had teleported. Boom! Just as Jianshan moved away, a red blur struck the spot where he had been standing. With a loud boom, rocks immediately flew in all directions as dust filled the air. Jianshan became extremely stern. He had failed to see what the red blur was earlier, let alone figure out what had suddenly attacked him. If it were not for the fact that he had remained vigilant the entire time and managed to dodge in time, he probably would have suffered quite a lot. However, before Jian Chen could think too much about it, his face suddenly changed. All his muscles tensed up at that moment as the light in his eyes flickered. He stared straight up. He had been locked onto by a terrifyingly powerful presence. Under the presence, not only did Jian Chen find it difficult to breathe, but his body felt as heavy as a mountain. Even his movements were restricted. The presence was so tremendous that it seemed to have frozen every inch of space around him, allowing him to control space to restrain his opponent. An existence that has surpassed the Holy Emperor. Jianchen was shocked. Even though he had not seen the appearance of the Xianhuang beast that had attacked him, he could tell that it was an Origin Realm Xianhuang beast just from its presence. This was because he had already killed many Class 9 Xianhuang beasts, so he had an extremely good understanding of their strength. It was impossible for a Class 9 Xianhuang beast to make him feel so pressured. This Xianhuang beast has already reached the level of heavenly immortals. Master, you're not its opponent. Run. The sword spirit's voices rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen retreated without any hesitation when he heard that. He quickly leapt down the mountain range. The difference between the Origin Realm and Sainthood was an entire major realm of cultivation, so the difference in strength was extremely great. Jianchen was confident that he could kill any Class 9 Xianhuang beast, but he did not have the confidence to do so against a Class 10 Xianhuang beast. In just a few seconds, Jianchen had descended several thousand meters through the steep mountain range. He had left the thick layer of clouds in the sky, and his vision finally cleared up. However, he did not dare to relax at all because the tremendous presence that had locked onto him did not disperse. Instead, it had become even more powerful. Oh no, the Class 10 Xianhuang beast is chasing me, and it's getting closer and closer. Jianchen knew that the situation was bad. He abruptly kicked off a tree beside him and shot off into the distance like an arrow. The Xianhuang microcosm was suppressed by a mysterious power, so it was impossible to fly. As a result, Jianchen could only glide like a bird in the mountains that were several tens of thousand meters above the ground, using the illusory flash from time to time. Hiss! At this moment, an ear-piercing hiss rang out from behind. A huge python that was 1,000 meters long appeared before Jianchen without the cover of the thick, yellow clouds. The python glowed with a bright red light, fusing with its surroundings. It silently wriggled as it chased after Jianchen. It was much faster than Jianchen. In the beginning, the red python was still 10,000 meters away from Jianchen, but in just a few seconds, it had shrunk to 2,000 meters, and then 300 meters. In the end, it was only a few dozen meters away from Jianchen. Jianchen's heart sank slightly. The landscape of the forest was complicated, so his speed was greatly restricted. The python behind him had clearly lived here for who knows how many years. It moved through the forest like a fish in water, moving with ease. It was impossible for Jianchen to escape from the python's pursuit if the two of them continued on like this. Jianchen just stopped. Chaotic force surged out from his right hand, condensing into a dark energy sword. Resplendent and bright sword chi mixed with the chaotic force, causing its power to increase once again. He had given up on using the Emperor armament long ago. After comprehending sword origin, the damage to the Emperor armament had become even more severe. Even if he used the Emperor armament, it would not increase his strength at all. Since I can't shake off this Class 10 Xianhuang beast, I'll fight it. Although I can't defeat a Class 10 Xianhuang beast no matter what, I can see just how terrifying existences that have surpassed the Holy Emperor are. I'll use this opportunity to gain a rough understanding of their strength, Jianchen thought. He was confident that the Class 10 Xianhuang beast would not be able to kill him easily. At this moment, the python opened its mouth and spat out a huge wave of fire. It swept toward Jianchen with extremely high temperatures. All the plants along the way that came in contact with the wave of fire were reduced to ashes. Jianchen was surprised. He could feel that the flames from the python were even more powerful than the flames that Honglian could control. Although Honglian was a scorching divine phoenix, a sovereign of fire, the python's flames were much more terrifying than hers due to the great difference in strength between them. Jianchen used the illusory flash to avoid the attack of the flames. He felt rather fortunate that he was only facing a Class 10 Xian Huang beast that did not know any secret technique. If he faced a true Origin Realm expert, he probably would not even be able to fight back. After avoiding the flames, Jianchen quickly approached the python. He leapt over 10 meters into the air and arrived at the python's heart. He stabbed the sword condensed from chaotic force toward the heart as hard as he could. In the next moment, Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed because his full-powered attack had only pierced a finger deep into the python's body. It had only caused an insignificant wound, not even a wound at all. What a terrifying body! It's more than 10 times tougher than a Class 9 Xian Huang beast. Probably only attacks from Origin Realm experts can heavily injure it. Jianchen was shocked. The toughness of a Class 10 Xian Huang beast's body had completely exceeded his imagination. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. At this moment, a terrifying force appeared. The red python swung its head viciously and knocked Jianchen far away. He smashed through over a dozen thick trees. With that, Jianchen immediately felt like all his bones were about to fall apart. Intense pain pulsed from every part of his body. If it were not for his chaotic body, any other holy emperor would have been reduced to mush. Jianchen barely managed to regain control of his body after being knocked several kilometers away. He then fled into the distance without even looking back. He had gained a rough understanding of a Class 10 Xian Huang beast's strength after that short moment of contact. It was impossible for him to fight it head-on. However, Jianchen was affected by the environment and terrain, so he was slower than the red python in the end. It caught up to him before long. "Master, you can't try to outrun this Xian Huang beast in a straight line, or you won't be able to outrun it. Also, the Xian Huang beasts in the elemental mountains all have their own territories. This heavenly immortal Xian Huang beast is probably the ruler of the fire elemental region, so you won't be able to shake it off if you stay here. We just happen to be close to the earth elemental region, so hurry over. Only then will you be able to shake off the Xian Huang beast." Ziying's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen raised his head and just happened to see the yellow earth elemental region several dozen kilometers away. He immediately changed directions and ran in an S-shaped direction. Several dozen kilometers only took Jianchen a few seconds to cross. Very soon, he arrived at the edge of the fire elemental region and was about to enter the earth elemental region. The red python immediately became frantic when it saw that Jianchen was about to leave its territory. It spat out streams of fire from its mouth, clearly unwilling to let Jianchen go so easily. This was because the chaotic force on Jianchen made it drool. It was an energy on the same level as Xian Huang Qi, so it could vaguely sense that its strength would increase by quite a lot if it ate this puny being. Several dozen streams of fire shot out from its mouth, forming a huge net that enveloped Jianchen. Although Jianchen dodged most of them, he was still struck by one. An unimaginably high temperature immediately engulfed him, and Jianchen's clothes were immediately reduced to ashes. Even with his chaotic body at the fourth layer, he was unable to endure the heat. He became bright red from the heat as a layer of his skin peeled off. The pain was unbearable. Jianchen gritted his teeth and bitterly endured. He used the illusory flash to avoid the fire. At this moment, he had finally left the fire elemental region and entered the earth elemental region. The red python did not chase after him. It stopped at the border and stared at Jianchen with reluctance. It constantly hissed and hissed. Although the red python did not chase after him, Jianchen did not stop. He endured the burning pain from his body and quickly disappeared into the forest up ahead. The red python stayed at the border for a long time, but in the end it didn't cross the border. With a face full of unwillingness, it wobbled back. Jianchen currently sat beneath a large tree. His burnt skin peeled off bit by bit before growing new skin. Although he was very badly burned, these small wounds were nothing with the terrifying regeneration of the chaotic body. Chapter 1291. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen had already spent several days in the earth-attributed region of the 5 elemental mountains. During that time, he came across over 20 Class 9 Xianwang beasts. He killed all of them and collected their corpses and energy crystals. However, Jianchen clearly understood the strength of Class 10 Xianwang beasts after being hunted down by a Class 10 Xianwang beast. As a result, he did not provoke any Class 10 Xianwang beasts during this period of time. Whenever he passed by a territory that might be occupied by a Class 10 Xianwang beast, he would avoid it from afar. Other than that, Jianchen came across many immortal tier heavenly resources as well. The heavenly resources that Jianchen had collected in the Xianwang microcosm had already formed a small mountain. It was so great that even Jianchen, who had personally collected them, became dumbfounded. Several days later, Jianchen passed through the earth-attributed world. There was only a month and a few days left before he had to enter the Xianwang microcosm. Looking at the seemingly endless elemental mountains, Jianchen knew that even if he spent all his remaining time here, he probably would not be able to traverse the entire mountain range. The elemental mountains were just far too large. It was the largest mountain range that Jianchen had ever seen. With Jianchen's speed, even the shortest path would take him several days to traverse the region. If he wanted to traverse the entire region, it would take even longer. Let alone traversing the entire region with the remaining time he had left in the Xianwang microcosm, he would barely be able to traverse an entire region. I can't waste time here. I need to cross the elemental mountains and check out the depths of the Xianwang microcosm. There should be even more treasures there, Jianchen made up his mind. Although he knew that there were still many Class 9 Xianwang beasts in the elemental mountains that he had yet to encounter, he had already made up his mind. He immediately changed directions and crossed the elemental mountains, making his way to the depths of the Xianwang microcosm. Jianchen used 2 whole days to cross the elemental mountains. He arrived in the basin surrounded by the elemental mountains. The basin seemed more like an ancient forest. Towering trees rose from the ground, reaching several hundred or even thousands of meters tall. Grass was lush, reaching over 10 meters tall. It was filled with vitality. Although it was only a mountain range away, the difference between the two was like 2 completely different worlds. Jianchen entered the ancient forest. There were even more heavenly resources in there than in the elemental mountains. After traveling just over 10 kilometers, he came across a violet cloud peach tree. It had reached the 5th grade of the immortal tier, and a single peach could increase his cultivation by 2,500 years. An extremely powerful Class 9 Xianwang beast guarded the peach. Jianchen estimated that even if the Xianwang beast had not reached the peak of Class 9, it was close. It took him quite some effort to slay it and collect all the peaches. These are mortal energy fruits. Master, mortal energy fruits are a type of fruit that can replenish immortal yuan force extremely quickly. If you expend too much of your immortal yuan force in battle, a single mortal energy fruit will allow you to recover to your peak condition in an extremely short amount of time. Ziying discovered another extremely rare heavenly resource and excitedly called out, "Master, go pick the mortal energy fruit. Even in the immortals world, they're extremely rare. They're one of the best immortal fruits in the immortals world. Every single one of them is extremely expensive, and these mortal energy fruits have all reached the 5th grade of the immortal tier," Qing Sa also happily urged Jianchen. Jianchen gazed over and saw a few fist-sized, milky white fruits on a 10-meter tall tree. There were a few strange patterns on the surface of the fruit. At a closer glance, they seemed like human faces. There's also amethyst spiritual bamboo there. The sap of the amethyst spiritual bamboo is a supreme grade immortal material for healing the soul. At the same time, it can condense and strengthen the soul. It's worth far more than the mortal energy fruit. It's something that can't be bought even in the immortals world. Ziying then pointed at the violet bamboo forest near the mortal energy fruit. The joy on his face became even thicker. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly became stunned. He stared at a fist-sized, violet rock in the bamboo forest. A while later, he suddenly cried out, "Een Hellstone! That's Een Hellstone! Master, there's another piece of Een Hellstone near the amethyst spiritual bamboo. That's the final material Master needs to forge the azulite swords." Qing Suo was surprised when he heard that. He immediately glanced over and joy filled his face as well. He said, "It really is Een Hellstone. I never thought that the final material for forging the azulite swords would be here. Master, you have to get that piece of Een Hellstone no matter what. Once the azulite swords are forged, Master can truly begin to cultivate the way of the sword and learn the abilities of the way of the sword." Jianchen also became excited. Forging the azulite swords was extremely important to him. Not only would it allow him to possess a weapon that truly suited him and greatly increase his strength, but it would also allow him to formally cultivate the abilities of the way of the sword. He would continue to comprehend the deeper parts of the way of the sword and learn the abilities of the way of the sword. He would truly become a sword cultivator. He had already broken through to sword origin and his battle prowess had greatly increased. However, he did not have a sword that he could use with his life. As a result, every time he used the abilities of the way of the sword, he felt like they lacked smoothness. He struggled to use them as he wished. Although Jianchen was tempted to immediately rush over and grab the Een Hellstone, he could not help but suppress his impulse. He looked around cautiously as he even expanded his soul. Jianchen had learned from the sword spirits that both the mortal energy fruit and the amethyst spiritual bamboo were heavenly resources that were no weaker than 5th-grade violet cloud peaches. Now that the two heavenly resources had been gathered together with a piece of Een Hellstone, the Xianhuang beast that guarded this place was definitely not weak. The senses of Jianchen's soul were severely suppressed in the basin. Even when he used his soul as much as he could only cover a radius of 2.5 kilometers. As for the two heavenly resources, moreover, the Een Hellstone was still 10 kilometers away from him. If there was a Xianhuang beast hiding there, he would not be able to discover it. For a moment, Jianchen became rather troubled. He had to obtain the Een Hellstone no matter what, but the Xianhuang beast guarding the mortal energy fruit and amethyst spiritual bamboo was extremely likely to be at class 10 or even stronger. It was not something he could contend against. If he was hunted down by such a powerful Xianhuang beast, he had no idea whether he would have the time to take away the Een Hellstone. Master, there are no Xianhuang beasts within a radius of 2.5 kilometers of the mortal energy fruit and amethyst spiritual bamboo, so they've probably left. However, from the presence that the Xianhuang beast left behind, it's already at the level of heavenly immortals and late or even peak heavenly immortals, Ziying sternly said. What? The Xianhuang beast has already reached late or even peak heavenly immortals. Doesn't that mean it's even more powerful than the python I came across a few days ago? Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. This was extremely bad news for him. Indeed, the python master came across a few days ago was only at early heavenly immortals. It was quite lacking compared to the Xianhuang beast. Qing Suo also became rather stern. They did not know whether Jianchen could escape from the Xianhuang beast or not. Ziying, Qing Suo, can you find out just how far away the Xianhuang beast is from here? If it's far enough away, I can try. Perhaps I'll have enough time to take the Een Hellstone and retreat. Jianchen asked. Right now, all he cared about was the Hellstone. Although the mortal energy fruit and amethyst spiritual bamboo were valuable, he had temporarily cast them aside. Although the Xianhuang beast was not near the Hellstone, it was still a Class 10 Xianhuang beast after all. It could cross several dozen kilometers in the blink of an eye. Jianchen was afraid that the Xianhuang beast was close to the Hellstone and just happened to be out of the range of the sword spirit. Chapter 1292. Jianchen hesitated. He was hesitating over whether he should charge up and collect the Hellstone first. The Hellstone was just far too important to him. It was a material he could not lack for the Azulite swords. The value of the Hellstone had already exceeded the value of the amethyst spiritual bamboo and the mortal energy fruit. Just as Jianchen was hesitating, the ground suddenly began to tremble rhythmically. Soon after, a powerful presence appeared in front of him. Just the presence alone was enough to suffocate Jianchen. Jianchen was surprised. He carefully concealed his presence and silently retreated. He only stopped when he reached a distance he believed to be safe. Although he failed to see the Xianhuang beast's true body due to the cover of the forest, he knew that the Xianhuang beast must have been guarding the mortal energy fruit and amethyst spiritual bamboo. Jianchen did not retreat too far away. He was only around 20 kilometers away from the Hellstone. It was impossible for him to hide from an Origin Realm expert at such a close distance. However, these were Xianhuang beasts that did not possess any secret techniques or intelligence, which was why Jianchen was bold enough to hide 20 kilometers away from the Origin Realm Xianhuang beast. Jianchen climbed up a tree silently like a snake and looked ahead. He saw an elephant-like Xianhuang beast walk over from afar. It headed in the direction of the mortal energy fruit and amethyst spiritual bamboo. The elephant-like Xianhuang beast was extremely huge. It stood over 30 meters tall and had 2 horns on its head. It did not have tusks, nor did it have a long nose. Its mouth was triangular, revealing 3 rows of sharp teeth that flickered with a cold light. This should be the Class 10 Xianhuang beast guarding this place. Its strength has reached late Heavenly Immortal or even peak Heavenly Immortal. It's even more powerful than the python I came across a few days ago. Jianchen crouched on a tree 20 kilometers away. He silently stared at the Xianhuang beast up ahead. Although it was very far away, there were not a lot of obstructions in his line of sight from where he was hiding. As a result, he could clearly see everything about the Xianhuang beast. Jianchen discovered that the Xianhuang beast had crouched down beside the mortal energy fruit tree. It opened its mouth and sucked in a visible amount of energy from the tree. The Xianhuang beast was covered in countless wounds of various sizes. Every single one of them was terrifying and extremely deep. There were even a few large wounds on its head. This Xianhuang beast went through a battle not too long ago, and it's heavily injured. Jianchen's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this. If the Xianhuang beast was heavily injured, its strength would definitely not be comparable to when it was at its peak. Although the Xianhuang beast had reached late Heavenly Immortal or even peak Heavenly Immortal, it was no longer at its peak. At the same time, there were many terrifying wounds on its body. It was completely possible to use these wounds as an opening to destroy the insides of its body. Other than being powerful enough to rival Origin Realm experts, Class 10 Xianhuang beasts also possessed a great advantage in terms of defense. Under normal circumstances, only experts on the same level as Xianhuang beasts could break through their defenses and injure them. However, once they lost this advantage, even existences weaker than them could still injure them. The flames of hope reignited in Jianchen's heart when he discovered that the Xianhuang beast was heavily injured. At that moment, an extremely bold idea appeared in his head, which was to kill the Xianhuang beast. With my current strength, killing this Xianhuang beast will probably be a certain amount of difficulty, Jianchen thought. Jianchen secretly assessed the difference in strength between him and the Xianhuang beast before frowning again. He had already reached a conclusion. Even if the Xian Huang beast was heavily injured, killing it would still be extremely difficult or even impossible. At this moment, Jianshan's face changed. A sliver of joy appeared on his face. He immediately descended from the tree and silently retreated several dozen kilometers. Only when he arrived at the foot of the elemental mountains did he stop. With a thought, the saint artifact flew out from between his eyebrows with a dazzling golden light. With a flash, Tai Ta, who was 3 meters tall, appeared beside him. Not only did Tai Ta's presence become even more powerful, but even his skin had become even more dazzling. He seemed to radiate with endless golden light, making him seem like a golden giant. Jianshan, I should be able to deal with Class 9 Xian Huang beasts now, so I've come out of seclusion to kill them with you. That way we'll be able to obtain even more Class 9 monster cores, Tai Ta said with a muffled voice. He directly referred to the energy crystals in the Xian Huang beasts as monster cores. Jianshan secretly rejoiced inside when he sensed Tai Ta's great confidence. He was just about to deal with a heavily injured Class 10 Xian Huang beast when he was worried about his lack of strength. He never thought that Tai Ta would come out of seclusion at a time like this, making up for his lack of strength. Although Tai Ta had yet to become a Holy Emperor, he had reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor after a period of seclusion. Coupled with the mysteries of war that he had grasped, he could definitely kill Class 9 Xian Huang beasts with ease. Even if he faced a heavily injured Class 10 Xian Huang beast, he would still be able to put up a fight. Tai Ta, there's a heavily injured Class 10 Xian Huang beast up ahead. The 2 heavenly resources it's guarding are both extremely valuable, and one of them is extremely important to me. I have to obtain it no matter what. Do you have the confidence to kill it with me? Jianshan said to Tai Ta. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Tai Ta's eyes lit up. He stared at Jianshan in interest and asked with burning desire, a Class 10 Xian Huang beast? Isn't that an existence that surpasses the Holy Emperor? If we kill it, won't we get a Class 10 monster core? Although Tai Ta's strength was impressive, his knowledge was very limited. Let alone a Class 10 monster core, even a Class 9 monster core was something of legend to him. Only after he came to the Xian Huang microcosm did he truly see a Class 9 monster core. Moreover, it could not be called a monster core, but an energy crystal condensed within a Class 9 Xian Huang beast. That's right, Jianshan nodded with certainty. Jianshan, I'll listen to your arrangements. If you think the 2 of us can defeat it, let's fight the Class 10 Xian Huang beast. We'll kill it if we can, Tai Ta immediately said. He also knew that he was nowhere near as intelligent as Jianshan, so he just left the decision to Jianshan. He then rubbed his hands together in excitement and murmured, a Class 10 monster core. I've never heard of one on the Tianyuan continent. I wonder how much it's worth. Jianshan secretly shook his head when he heard Tai Ta's murmur. He bitterly smiled. On the Tianyuan continent, only an extremely small number of Class 7 monster cores would appear in large auctions. Class 8 and 9 monster cores had never appeared on the market, let alone Class 10 monster cores. Tai Ta, the Xian Huang beast is heavily injured and has lost a lot of its strength. We need to act as soon as possible or it'll recover slightly with every second we waste, which will make it even more difficult to deal with. Let's discuss how to deal with the Class 10 Xian Huang beast right now. Jianshan quickly told Tai Ta the method to deal with Class 10 Xian Huang beasts. Forceful confrontations would not work if they wanted to kill a Class 10 Xian Huang beast. The elephant-like Xian Huang beast lay on the ground beside the mortal energy fruit tree in an extremely weak manner. It constantly absorbed the energy from the tree to heal. Its face was haggard and sickly. Clearly, it was heavily injured. Suddenly, its half-closed eyes abruptly opened. Although its eyes were filled with exhaustion, they were incomparably sharp and fierce. It opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. It struggled to stand up from the ground, but it was extremely strenuous. A dazzling golden light flickered in the forest. Tai Ta appeared before the Xianhuang beast as if he had teleported. He shone brightly as supreme battle intent radiated from him, condensing into the golden axe above his head. Mysteries of war, destruction. Tai Ta bellowed out. The axe above his head shone with a dazzling light as it struck the deepest wound on the Xianhuang beast's head with lightning-like speed. Spurt. Blood immediately sprayed into the air. Tai Ta's strike had caused the vicious wound on the Xianhuang beast's head to become even larger. It was so painful that the Xianhuang beast cried out. At this moment, the Xianhuang beast finally stood up with great difficulty. It immediately raised a huge foot and stomped down on Tai Ta. The sole of the foot flickered with an earthen yellow light, covering an area 3 meters in diameter. It just happened to envelop Tai Ta. Tai Ta immediately felt his body sink as his feet sank into the ground. At that moment, he felt like his body had suddenly become countless times heavier. Just raising his hand required over 10 times more strength than usual, so his movements became abnormally sluggish. Mysteries of war, celestial pursuit. Tai Ta bellowed out as he used the celestial pursuit to leave the region enveloped by the yellow light. As soon as he left the region enveloped by the yellow light, he immediately felt his body lighten. The weight that the Xianhuang beast exerted on him vanished. Boom! At the same time, the Xianhuang beast stomped down heavily on the ground. Not only did its seemingly heavy foot fail to create a deep crater in the ground, it did not even leave behind a mark. However, it produced a heavy thud, causing the ground to shake violently. Tai Ta became extremely stern. He knew that the Xianhuang beast's stomp was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. There was another secret behind it. If he was struck by the stomp, he would probably be reduced to pieces even with his body of the war god. Chapter 1293. The bolt of lightning was just too fast. It did not give people any time to react. All Tai Ta saw was a flash of lightning before he was struck by the bolt of lightning. Iron Tower's body suddenly froze. A ball of blue-purple electric light wrapped around his body and made crackling sounds. Iron Tower's skin quickly turned from gold to black at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a burnt smell in the air. Boom! Tai Ta collapsed on the ground as lightning constantly flickered around him. The lightning from the Xianhuang beast's head and feet possessed unbelievable power. Tai Ta's entire body had been paralyzed by the lightning, and even the tremendous amount of energy within him had become rather sluggish. The Xianhuang beast produced a shocking roar and quickly made its way to Tai Ta's side. It raised a foot and stomped down on Tai Ta. An earthen yellow light flickered beneath its foot, and the gravity of any region enveloped by the light rapidly increased. At this moment, 2 resplendent strands of sword chi shot out from the forest with dazzling white light. They were like streaks of light as they struck the Xianhuang beast's eyes with unstoppable sharpness. Spurt! Spurt! Blood immediately splattered as the eyes of the Class 10 Xianhuang beast exploded from the 2 sudden strands of sword chi, turning them into 2 bloody holes. The Class 10 Xianhuang beast produced a painful wail as its foot slowed down. Using this opportunity, Jianshan leapt out of the forest and arrived beside Tai Ta as quickly as he could with the illusory flash. He grabbed Tai Ta's shoulder and tossed him into the distance. Jianshan understood Tai Ta's situation in the short amount of time his hand came into contact with Tai Ta's shoulder. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Although Tai Ta was heavily injured, his life was not in danger. His body had just become numb from the lightning, so he had temporarily lost the ability to move. The Class 10 Xianhuang beast had already lost its sight. The intense pain from its eyes exploding had stimulated its nerves, causing its senses to plummet. It was the perfect opportunity to heavily injure it. Jianshan leapt onto the Xianhuang beast's head after tossing Tai Ta away. He used chaotic force and sword origin at the same time as an extremely powerful sword chi condensed in his hand. He stabbed it toward the deepest wound on the Xianhuang beast's head. Although the sword qi had stabbed into the Xian Huang beast's head, Jianchen felt a powerful resistance, preventing his sword qi from advancing any further after less than a meter. Jianchen was secretly shocked. The Xian Huang beast's defenses were much more powerful than the python he had encountered before. He had clearly stabbed into its body, yet he still encountered such a powerful resistance. If it were not for the fact that it was heavily injured and covered in countless deep wounds, he and Tai Ta probably would not have been able to pierce through its skin. The Xian Huang beast's horns began to flicker with blue lightning once again. Jianchen's eyes immediately narrowed. He had already experienced the terror of the blue lightning from Tai Ta, so without any hesitation, he leapt off the Xian Huang beast's head in an attempt to dodge the lightning. Arcs of lightning shot out from the horns of the Class 10 Xian Huang beast as well, striking the ground. However, the arcs of lightning suddenly exploded when they were 2 meters from the ground, forming a dense web of electricity that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Jianchen had never thought that the Xian Huang beast would know such an ingenious move. He was immediately struck by a few bolts of lightning, and his clothes were reduced to ashes. His entire body was charred black from the powerful electricity as it constantly flickered with electricity. Jianchen followed Tai Ta's example and collapsed. The powerful electricity had paralyzed his body and stiffened his limbs, making it extremely difficult for him to even move a single finger. The circulation of chaotic force within him became extremely slow as well. Although the Xian Huang beast was blind, it could still sense Jianchen's position. It raised a huge foot and stomped down on Jianchen. The yellow light from the foot had already enveloped Jianchen. Immediately, Jianchen felt like a huge mountain had suddenly fallen on him, making him extremely heavy. Jianchen was powerless to dodge at this moment. All he could do was watch as the Xian Huang beast stomped down on him. Bang! With a heavy sound, the Xian Huang beast stomped down on Jianchen with an unimaginably terrifying force. Jianchen did not sink into the ground, but he clearly sank a little. Spurt! Jianchen vomited a mouthful of blood as his face immediately became sheet white. He had almost been flattened by the stomp, and his organs had been pulverized. Most of his bones had been pulverized, and his chest had been reduced to a bloody mess. He was covered in blood. Even Jianchen was unable to endure the stomp from the Class 10 Xian Huang beast with his 4th-layer chaotic force. If it were any other expert, even if they were a true holy emperor, they probably would have been reduced to mush. Jianchen lay on the ground, unable to move. He was so heavily injured that even his chaotic body could not recover in a short amount of time. However, the numbness in his body rapidly receded, allowing him to slowly regain control over his body and chaotic force. However, the Class 10 Xian Huang beast did not give Jianchen any time to catch his breath. It opened its mouth wide, revealing 3 rows of abnormally sharp teeth. It grabbed Jianchen with its mouth and viciously bit down on his chest, almost tearing Jianchen in half. Only 2/5 of the flesh on his chest remained. "Jianchen, I'm coming!" A furious bellow rang out from nearby. Tai Ta, who had been thrown away by Jianchen, had already recovered. He flew over with lightning speed with his golden axe in hand. His body flickered with golden light as his presence surged with battle intent. Mysteries of war, form shatterer. Tai Ta held his axe with both hands and raised it above his head. Immediately, a dazzling golden light shone from the axe, turning into a golden blur as he swung it toward the Xian Huang beast's head. The power of this axe had been completely restrained. From the outside, one could not feel the slightest bit of pressure. However, as this axe was chopped out, it gave people a feeling of great power. The power inside seemed to be endless, endlessly growing and multiplying. It was like the waves of the sea. At the same time, it gave people a feeling of extreme instability. It was like gunpowder that could explode at any time. The golden axe landed on the deepest wound on the Xian Huang beast's head. Suddenly, the terrifying energy within the axe seemed to explode like a barrel of gunpowder. It turned into a stream of golden energy that wreaked havoc in the Xian Huang beast's head. The energy within the axe seemed to be endless, growing and multiplying without end. Streams of golden energy surged out endlessly from the axe, turning into powerful attacks that constantly tore at the wound on the Xian Huang beast's head. The wound grew deeper and deeper as the damage became more and more severe. In the end, it finally breached the final layer of defense of the Class 10 Xian Huang beast's head. Endless streams of golden energy flowed into the depths of the Xian Huang beast's head, shattering its central nervous system. With its central nervous system destroyed, the Class 10 Xian Huang beast immediately seemed to lose all its strength. It fell to the ground with a loud thud, causing the ground to violently tremble as its heavy body slammed into the ground. Tai Ta finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw the Class 10 Xian Huang beast collapse. A sliver of exhaustion appeared on his face. He murmured, "I never thought that using the mysteries of war would be so tiring. I can use the Mortal Breaker, the Space Breaker, and the Destruction Arts over 10 times in a row without taking a single breath. I never thought that I would need to use half of my energy just from using it once. Looks like the mysteries of war created by Uncle Ruijin can't be used so easily." Tai Ta put away the axe and arrived before the Xian Huang beast's mouth. He saw that most of Jianqin's body was in the Xian Huang beast's mouth. Its sharp teeth had pierced through his body, so only his chest remained exposed. Everything below his chest was in the Xian Huang beast's mouth. Tai Ta crouched down and opened the Xian Huang beast's mouth. He carefully carried out Jianqin's battered body and asked in concern, "Jianqin, are you fine?" Jianqin bitterly smiled and said with a pale face, "I'm very heavily injured this time. I've temporarily lost the ability to move, so I need to enter the artifact space to heal." With that, Jianqin pointed at a patch of amethyst spiritual bamboo in the distance with great difficulty. He said, "Tai Ta, there's a violet rock in the bamboo forest. It's extremely important to me, so help me collect it right now." Tai Ta stared at the Een Hellstone in doubt. He really could not understand just what was so important about the rock. It could not be eaten, nor could it be used for cultivation. As for selling it for money, he did not believe that Jianqin lacked money. However, even though he was filled with doubt and confusion, Tai Ta did not hesitate at all. After hearing Jianqin's words, he immediately stood up and walked toward the Een Hellstone. When Tai Ta returned to Jianqin's side with the Een Hellstone, it was no longer as fist-sized as it had been in the beginning. It was actually larger than Jianqin had imagined it to be. This one was even bigger. It was actually half the height of a person. However, most of its body was buried in the ground, leaving only a fist-sized tip exposed. Chapter 1294. Jianqin got the artifact spirit to find a place to hide himself before entering the artifact space with Tai Ta to heal. He was so heavily injured this time if he had relied on his chaotic body alone. If he relied on the artifact spirit, he would need quite some time to make a full recovery. He needed the assistance of the Saint Artifact to make a full recovery in the shortest amount of time possible. Aside from him, Tai Ta had not recovered from his wounds either. Using the mysteries of war at the end had basically drained half of his power, so he needed some time to recover as well. With the assistance of the artifact spirit, a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master, Jianqin recovered from all his wounds in less than 4 hours, returning to his peak condition. Tai Ta had recovered as well, but he was currently holding an energy crystal from a Class 8 Xian Huang beast to recover because he had used up too much energy. Jianqin did not disturb Tai Ta. He left the artifact space all by himself silently. The Class 10 Xian Huang beast they had just killed still lay on the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. Jianqin only managed to remove the Class 10 energy crystal from the Xian Huang beast after a tremendous amount of effort. It was only slightly smaller than an egg, but the energy within was so great that even Jianqin's face changed. The difference between it and a Class 9 monster core could only be described as a chasm. However, what Jianchen did not know was that the energy within the crystal had already exceeded that of a regular Class 10 monster core. It was only because this was the first time he had seen a Class 10 monster core that he lacked a reference, which was why he was unable to make an accurate judgment. Jianchen stowed the energy crystal away. Of course, he did not let the corpse of the Xianwang beast go either. He stowed it away in the artifact space and told the artifact spirit to store it properly. He had already made up his mind to give the energy crystal to Tai Ta. He wanted the corpse of the Xianwang beast for himself. Jianchen then arrived beside the mortal energy fruit tree. He took out 360 roughly crafted wooden boxes from the artifact space and plucked all the mortal energy fruits from the tree. Afterward, he dug up all the amethyst spiritual bamboo. The sap from the amethyst spiritual bamboo was a supreme quality immortal material for healing the soul. At the same time, it could condense and strengthen the soul, so it was far more valuable than the mortal energy fruit. The only pity was that there were not a lot of amethyst spiritual bamboo in the area. There were only around 100 stalks in total, and each stalk could only produce a single drop of sap. Healing the soul required one to consume a dozen drops of sap depending on the degree of the injury. Although the stalks had given Jianchen the same amount of sap, it was not enough to last a few times. Aside from the mortal energy fruit and the amethyst spiritual bamboo, Jianchen found a few heavenly resources of slightly lower quality nearby. However, they were all at the immortal tier without any exception. He followed the tracks left behind by the Class 10 Xianwang beast. In the end, he discovered the corpse of another Xianwang beast several dozen kilometers away. It was covered in vicious wounds and was covered in blood. Dried blood could be seen on its body. He could clearly see that the Xianwang beast's skin had been charred from electricity. The air was filled with a burnt smell. Jianchen immediately rejoiced, because the Xianwang beast was also a Class 10 vicious beast. Moreover, it seemed like the energy crystal in its body had not been taken away. Jianchen observed the surroundings. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he quickly made his way over to the Xianwang beast's corpse. After expending a tremendous amount of effort, he finally removed an energy crystal that was a few times smaller than an egg. Jianchen smiled happily as he looked at the blood-soaked energy crystal. Although the energy in the crystal was not as great as the one he had obtained earlier, it was still a Class 10 energy crystal after all. The amount of energy within it still shocked Jianchen. Moreover, the most important thing was that this Class 10 energy crystal could be said to have been picked up from the ground. Jianchen happily put away the energy crystal and the corpse of the Xianwang beast before looking around. However, he did not find any heavenly resources nearby. This must not be the territory of the Class 10 Xianwang beast. Who knows where it came from? It wanted to take over the territory where the mortal energy fruit and amethyst spiritual bamboo grew, but it was not strong enough in the end, so it was slain here by an even stronger Xianwang beast, Jianchen thought. He looked around and found another trail very quickly. This should be the path that the Xianwang beast took to come here. I should be able to reach its original territory through this path. I wonder what treasures there are in its original territory, Jianchen thought. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately followed the path. Jianchen carefully advanced through the forest with his presence concealed. After traveling over 1,000 kilometers and dealing with several Class 9 Xianwang beasts, he finally arrived in the original territory of the Class 10 Xianwang beast. However, Jianchen did not approach it. Instead, he stopped very far away and carefully retreated. He had already sensed a very powerful presence up ahead. The territory had already been taken over by another Class 10 Xianwang beast. Although he did not know the exact strength of the Class 10 Xianwang beast, Jianchen did not want to provoke it even if it was the weakest Class 10 Xianwang beast. He had almost lost his life to a heavily injured Class 10 Xianwang beast earlier, so he and Tai Ta probably would not be able to deal with a Xian Huang beast at its peak condition, even if it was not as powerful as the elephant. On the surface, it was very likely that the Xian Huang beast had arrived later. It had chased away the original owner of the territory, which led to the battle between the original owner and the elephant. In the next few days, Jianchen and Tai Ta wandered through the forest. They found a large number of heavenly resources. Not only did they find fruits of the 5 elements, but they even found several comprehension tea trees and violet cloud peaches. It was a bountiful harvest. They even found quite a few materials for forging various artifacts. Jianchen did not recognize a single one of them. They were all identified by the sword spirit. Although they were not needed for forging the azulite swords, they were important materials for forging other immortal artifacts. However, the violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea trees were only of the 5th grade at best. It was not that Jianchen did not find anything of higher grade, but that the higher grade comprehension tea trees and violet cloud peaches were all protected by powerful class 10 Xian Huang beasts, so all Jianchen could do was sigh. Jianchen had already spent 2 whole months in the Xian Huang microcosm. There was only a month left before he had to leave. Jianchen calculated the time every day so that he would not miss the deadline. I can still stay here for half a month. After that, I'll be on my way back. The remaining half a month should be enough for me to return to where I came from, Jianchen calculated before carefully venturing deeper into the forest. In the forest of unknown size there were Xian Huang beasts. Not only were there Class 9 Xian Huang beasts, but there were also quite a few Class 10 Xian Huang beasts. As a result, Jianchen remained extremely cautious. He would kill Class 9 Xian Huang beasts whenever he came across them, but he would avoid Class 10 Xian Huang beasts from afar. Although it was impossible for him to discover Class 10 Xian Huang beasts that had concealed their presences with his strength, Jianchen did not have to worry about accidentally appearing in front of Class 10 Xian Huang beasts due to the assistance of the sword spirits. Jianchen and Tai Ta continued on for over 10,000 kilometers. In the end, they were stopped by a barrier completely condensed from Xian Huang Qi. The barrier was connected to the sky and connected to the underworld. It seemed like a wall that divided the world into 2. Xian Huang Qi lingered in the barrier, drifting about like mist. It would be dense at times and thin at other times. It was possible to vaguely make out what was inside. It was blurry and hazy like flowers in the mist. Jianchen's eyes immediately widened when he saw it. His heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably. A blurry violet cloud peach appeared before him, and with his understanding of violet cloud peaches, he could tell with a single glance that it was of a higher grade than any violet cloud peach he had ever seen before. Zing Qing saw, that's a supreme grade violet cloud peach. Jianchen's breathing became rather ragged. He could now tell the difference between 6th grade heavenly resources and 6th grade heavenly resources. He was unable to tell the grade of heavenly resources beyond the 6th grade, yet he was unable to tell the grade of the violet cloud peach in the barrier at all. This could only mean that the violet cloud peach had surpassed the 6th grade. The sword spirits appeared above Jianchen's head. They also saw the barrier blocking their path, and were both overjoyed. Their gazes landed on the violet cloud peach tree behind the barrier. They were overjoyed at first, but their faces soon darkened. They said, "Master, that's a 9th grade violet cloud peach. A single one can increase your cultivation by 4,500 years, and a single one can allow a mortal to become an immortal. However, we can't obtain this violet cloud peach at all." Ziying's voice was filled with pity. Jianchen immediately ravished with joy when he heard that it was a 9th grade violet cloud peach. However, Ziying's words left him stunned. "You can't obtain it? Why can't you obtain it?" "Master, do you see the barrier condensed from Xian Huang Qi before you? We call this barrier a domain. Most of the Xian Huang microcosms that have appeared in the past do not possess a domain. There are extremely few Xian Huang microcosms that possess a domain. However, without any exceptions, all of the Xianhuang microcosms that possess a domain are of the highest grade. Moreover, our Immortals world has another saying for the Xianhuang microcosms. Outside the domain is the mortal world, while inside the domain is the Immortals world. This is because the domain is a higher level space that exists on the same level as the Immortals world. The Xianhuang beasts there are basically all at the immortal tier, which is incomparable to the Immortals world. There are even some Xianhuang beast kings that have reached the level of immortal monarchs or even immortal emperors, Ziying explained sternly. Chapter 1295. And in the history of our Immortals world, there have even been a few Immortal Exalt Xianhuang microcosm that have given birth to Immortal Exalt Xianhuang beast emperors. They're extremely powerful, where even a few immortal emperors of the Immortals world have died before them. Since this Xianhuang microcosm is the highest grade of microcosm, even if there aren't any Immortal Exalt Xianhuang beast emperors, there will definitely be a few immortal monarchs and immortal emperor Xianhuang beast kings. Master, you definitely can't enter with your current strength, or you'll die for sure. This is because you can only enter and not leave the Xianhuang microcosm. If you want to leave, you can only break through the barrier, but breaking through the barrier requires the cultivation of an immortal monarch, Ziying added. With that, Jian Chun completely gave up on the idea of obtaining the 9th grade Violet Cloud Peach. All he could do was stand outside the domain of Xianhuang Qi and stare at it. Although he knew that he might be able to enter and obtain the 9th grade Violet Cloud Peach once his strength increased, it would no longer be as valuable to him by then. But the barrier doesn't seem to be as large as the elemental mountains. How can such powerful Xianhuang beasts exist in such a small world? Jianchen thought of another question that puzzled him, so he asked the sword spirits. Qing Suo could not help but giggle when he heard Jianchen's question. Master, you don't know this, but this is equivalent to a spatial pocket. From the outside, the barrier is indeed nowhere near as large as the elemental mountains. However, it's an even vaster world inside. I see. Jianchen came to a realization. He understood that this was the same principle as space rings. They seemed small on the surface, but they hid an extremely large space inside. At this moment, the space ring on Jianchen's finger suddenly flashed with golden light. A set of golden armor completely woven from thin strands suddenly flew out from the space ring, hovering in the air as it shone with dazzling light. The primordial god silk. Why did it come out of the space ring by itself? What's going on? Looking at the golden silk armor floating in front of him, Jianchen was startled and let out a cry of surprise, somewhat confused. He had possessed the primordial god silk for quite some time now, but it had always been an inanimate object in his hands. It lay quietly in his space ring, never moving at all. Yet now, the primordial god silk had actually flown out of the space ring on its own. It behaved in such an unusual manner. At this moment, even the sword spirits were attracted by the primordial god silk's strange behavior. They all stared at the primordial god silk, but none of them knew why. With the appearance of the primordial god silk, the Xianhuang Qi in the region up ahead actually began to pulse unstably. Afterwards, a strand of pure Xianhuang Qi left the region and drifted through the sky. As soon as it approached the primordial god silk, it was absorbed by the primordial god silk. After it fused with the strand of Skyearth energy, the primordial god silk immediately emanated an unusual aura. It emanated dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire world and dyed it golden. The primordial god silk is actually absorbing Xianhuang Qi. This has never happened before in the Immortals world. Is this related to the crisis of the world? Ziying and Qing Suo both stared at this in shock. What was happening right before them had completely overturned their understanding of the world. Jianchen stared at this in shock before his heart was filled with great joy. The primordial god silk was extraordinarily tough. Even if he could unleash battle prowess on par with the Holy Emperor, he would not be able to damage it at all. However, the primordial godsilk's defenses were extremely limited. It could only block attacks from saint rulers. If it faced attacks from holy emperors, the holy emperor would not be able to damage the primordial godsilk at all, but the great force would be able to pass through the primordial godsilk and heavily injure the wearer. It could even cause the wearer to be shaken to death. As a result, Jianshan had never used the primordial godsilk after reaching the third layer of the chaotic body. Now that the primordial godsilk had absorbed the strand of Xian Huang Qi, Jianshan could clearly sense that it was rapidly strengthening. Its presence was becoming more and more powerful as well. Soon after, a second and third strand of Xian Huang Qi surged out of the boundary and was absorbed by the primordial godsilk, causing the primordial godsilk to shine even brighter. After absorbing 9 strands of Xian Huang Qi, the primordial godsilk finally stopped. Its golden light gradually dimmed, and in just a few seconds, the light completely vanished. It returned to its original appearance and fell from the sky. Before the primordial godsilk could fall to the ground, Jianshan extended his hand with lightning-like speed and grabbed it. Immediately, he felt a strange sensation. It was an indescribable feeling, so Jianshan was unable to describe it. Jianshan studied the primordial godsilk in his hand attentively. He knew that the primordial godsilk had become slightly different after absorbing the Xian Huang Qi, but he was unable to pinpoint the exact difference. However, there was one thing he could not doubt. The primordial godsilk was far, far more powerful than before. The sword spirits also stared at the primordial godsilk. After a moment of thought, Qing Suo said, "I never thought that the primordial godsilk would actually absorb Xian Huang Qi. The primordial godsilk was created for the crisis of the world, so since it can absorb Xian Huang Qi on its own, does that mean the Xian Huang Qi has something to do with the crisis of the world? Or is it that the crisis of the world requires Xian Huang Qi aside from the primordial godsilk as well?" Ziying thought about it and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Xian Huang Qi is a power of the highest level on the same level as chaotic force, but it's also completely different from chaotic force. It's also possible that the Xian Huang Qi is extremely helpful to the primordial godsilk, which is why the primordial godsilk absorbs it. After all, the primordial godsilk in Master's hand is in its original form before the disaster transformation stage, so it possesses a certain level of intelligence. If it was after the disaster transformation stage, the sliver of intelligence would have vanished after the crisis of the world, leaving behind only an inanimate object. Naturally, it wouldn't absorb Xian Huang Qi. If that's really the case, it would explain why the god artifacts forged from the primordial godsilk in the Immortals world don't absorb Xian Huang Qi when the Xian Huang microcosm appeared in the Immortals world. Jianshan immediately gave up on the idea of asking the sword spirits when he heard their conversation. Even they could not give a definite answer, so they could only guess. Clearly, he would not be able to obtain an accurate answer even if he asked the sword spirit. Jianshan did not want to waste any time. He stowed the primordial godsilk away and glanced at the 9th grade violet cloud peach in the world domain with great reluctance. He then turned around and left regretfully. He definitely could not enter the world domain. Without the strength of an immortal monarch, he would not be able to leave even if he entered. All he could do was stare at the 9th grade violet cloud peach if he stayed. Afterwards, Jianshan and Tai Ta continued to wander through the forest, searching for Class 9 Xian Huang beasts and various heavenly resources. Although Jianshan possessed the strengthened primordial godsilk, he still did not dare to provoke Class 10 Xian Huang beasts. After absorbing the Xian Huang Qi, the primordial godsilk could only block attacks from Class 9 Xian Huang beasts. It was useless against Class 10 Xian Huang beasts. Over a dozen experts from the Holy Emperor sat in the air above the ruins of Mercenary City on the Tian Yuan continent without moving at all. They were like old monks in meditation. Although their eyes were closed, they paid close attention to the depths of Mercenary City. As long as anything happened there, they would contact the Grand Elder as quickly as possible. There were several dozen experts from the Holy Emperor scattered around the ruins of Mercenary City. They were all formation masters with great mastery over formations. They worked together to cast down killing formations. Although they knew that the killing formations were useless against Origin Realm experts, they did not become discouraged at all. They continued to do their very best. All the experts from the Holy Emperor on the Tian Yuan continent had gathered in the miniature world of Mercenary City. Not only had Hao Wu come, but the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union had led all the Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters there as well. Even all the human experts from the Holy Emperor overseas had gathered there, so there were close to 1,000 people there. All of them were recuperating and preparing for a battle against the foreign experts at any time. At the same time, they were waiting for news from the Sea Race, the Magical Beasts, and the 100 Races. I wonder if the Sea Race, the Magical Beasts, and the 100 Races will send reinforcements, the Grand Elder said with some worry. The world of Forsaken Saints was just too powerful. Without the support of the other 3 races, it would be very difficult for the humans to fend off the world of Forsaken Saint. I wonder if Senior Houston of the Bloodsword sect has been found? A holy emperor in the crowd looked at the old man in blood-red robes beside him. The old man was the vice-sect master of the Bloodsword sect, Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang shook his head. We've already contacted the old sect master using a secret technique, but we still haven't received a reply. I have no idea where the old sect master has gone either. Out of the 3 Holy Emperor, Great Elder Tianjian is still refining the Supreme Divine Hall. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires has already expressed that he will take action when the time comes. Only the old sect master of the Bloodsword sect, Houston, has gone missing. I hope he can make it back in time when the battle erupts. A great elder from a protector clan gently sighed.